ganchitos, preguntas bien chidas, sharp like a blade. Cross-exam queen, nunca tiene afraid, and that dance so spicy. Cali Mystic's close, she brings the fuego, everybody knows. Cuando Jason llega, ay caray, she flirts poquito. He just says hi, sweet pea laughs. Aquí vamos otra vez, SD drops the fuego, and the chat says yes. She's fuego, fuego, lighting up the show, Tex-Mex in the chat, everybody knows. Con su risa, su vibra y su pelo tan cool, she turns the live stream to a cumbia at the pool. Fuego, fuego, SD's the queen, Spanglish magic en la chat screen. When she pops on camera, we all say que show. Latina sparkle with that California glow. Los mos la quieren, they hype her name. She adds flair y sabor to the game. ¿Qué onda, gente? And here comes the fun. El chat se enciende like under the sun. When she teases Jason, boy, behave. But without a chaos, this chat ain't the same. Bailalo, mija, with your Tex-Mex vibe. Bring the cumbia flow, keep it alive. SD with the groove, don't ever stop. Shake up the stream till we're all on top. She's fuego, fuego. Let her up the show, Tex-Mex in the chat. Everybody knows. Con su risa, su vibra y su pelo tan cool, she turns a live stream to a Latin dance floor. Boom. Fuego, fuego. SD's the queen. Spanglish magic en la chat screen. Beach girl sparkle, courtroom delight. SD keeps the chat shining bright. Sweet pea, the mods, we all agree. Take it to trial, ain't the same without SD.
Hey guys, so we back in New Jersey with Paul Caneiro Mansion Massacre. So we are on, this is day 6, but we'll be going right into day 7. We only have like an hour left of day 6, so let's go ahead. And this guy is on the stand, and he is on the stand. I'm assuming, I don't know if this is the last witness or the witness, but I can tell y'all he's still on the stand today. So even when we go on to day 7, all he do is change his suit. This how muffled. Let me make sure nothing is playing in the background. I don't know. It's still. Am I still breaking up? Hey, lady, how you doing? Anywho, I am. Oh gosh, I don't know why. Okay, I'm gonna take us into the testimony. Y'all make sure y'all let me know if it's a problem. Okay.
Now, what capacity did you work when you left the Long Branch Police Department? What capacity were you working?
When I left the police department there in Long Branch, I was a detective in forensics.
Now, what year did you come to the prosecutor's office?
2012.
Okay. In 2012, did you have an initial assignment?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
Crime scene unit.
Okay. Have you continuously worked in the crime scene unit since then?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your duties as a crime scene detective?
Sure. As a crime scene detective at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, we're charged with strictly dealing with physical evidence. So physical evidence is any tangible item of evidence that helps either prove or disprove any point of contention. So the evidence that we typically handle is like weapons, biological evidence, hair, fiber, things of that nature. But also part of that is how to actually process a crime scene. So we're tasked with identifying, collecting, documenting, preserving any item of evidence that we identify. That's a gist of what we do.
Now, as part of your duties as a crime scene detective, were you asked to respond to a location in Ocean Township on November 20th, 2018?
Yes.
Where was that?
27 Tilton Drive.
Okay. Did you respond there?
I did.
Do you recall approximately what time you got there?
Say 8:06 in the morning.
Now, can you just tell us briefly about the environmental conditions upon your arrival?
Sure, I recorded the ambient air temperature at about 43 degrees Fahrenheit. The cloud was cloudy. The ground was damp. There were brief periods of very light rain throughout my time on 27th Drive.
Now, on arrival, did you speak to any other, police officers or fire officials? I don't want to know what was said, but did you speak to other law enforcement?
I did, yes.
Now, what was the purpose of that?
It's just to get a general idea of the information that they had obtained at the time. So basically, basic call information, what type of call they were investigating, because it was a residential fire. Was the fire still active? Things of that nature.
Okay. And moving forward just a little bit for one brief minute, did you document your actions as part of this investigation in any police reports?
I did.
Okay. Was it one report or was it more than one?
Multiple reports, but my initial report covers this.
Your initial report, I'm sorry.
Covers this, my actions here in 2017.
Just going to show you what's the mark is S129. Just going to show you that. Ask you if you recognize what that is.
I do.
What is it?
It's my technical report.
Okay. Does that summarize the majority of your crime scene responsibilities at 27 Tilden,
Yeah.
Ocean Township?
It does.
Now, you have it there. I would just ask that if any point you need to refer to it for any purpose, you would just let us know, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, could you just generally describe 27 Tilden as you found it on November 20th, 2018?
Sure. It was a two-story residential structure. It was located on the east side of Tilton Drive, just south of a bend in the roadway that bends west to Green Grove Road. It was actually situated slightly north of a T intersection of Walmart Paris. It was facing west. The front door was facing west. It was tan siding, had an attached two-car garage to the north side, and an in-ground pool also on the property.
Okay. Did you note any scene security type measures upon your arrival?
Yes.
What was that?
It consisted of crime scene barrier tape. It's just the yellow tape that's marked around front. And then there were marked Ocean Township police cars throughout the scene and uniformed police officers.
Were there any fire issued vehicles there?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Now, would it be helpful to you to utilize photographs that you took in order to explain some of your initial actions at 27 Tilden in Ocean Township?
Yes, it would.
Just before we start there, I'm just going to show you what's been marked previously as S1 identification. And specifically, I'm going to go to subsection A, which indicates 27 Tilden Drive, Ocean Township scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you just take a quick look through those photos? Try not to rip pages off. Now, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
Those were photographs that I took at 27 Tilton.
Are they all your photographs?
They are.
Now, I just want to start by showing you S1A slide 3. Now, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a photograph of the front of 27 Tilton.
Does that look substantially similar to the way that you found it upon arrival?
Yes.
Now, slide 4. Recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell us what's depicted in there?
So this photo is a photograph of the driveway from where I'm standing in the roadway, where it meets the roadway, and facing east up the driveway. In it, you'll see 3 vehicles.
To be clear, upon or shortly after your arrival at 27 Tilden, did you do a full walk around of this scene?
Yeah, so typically, when I arrive at scenes, right after I observe the environmental conditions and do what we call the field briefing, where we meet with the initial responding officers, I do a scene survey. It's a brief walkthrough. I put my gloves on, and then I just walk through the scene, make any observations, come up with a game plan of how I want to process the scene. Once that's done, then I do a series of overall photographs which capture the scene as I found it before I do any work. And that's where this picture begins to depend.
Okay, so based upon the photographs we've begun to look at, you've already walked around and done a scene survey
That's correct.
at this point in time.
Yes.
Can I have slide 5? What is that?
So this is, I guess, 3/4 away up the driveway, towards the house. To the right of this picture would be where the 2-car garage is. To the left is trash cans. Directly in front is a row of hedges where you see a black aluminum fence. That is the fence that circles the pool. And then a little bit farther beyond that is the shed.
Next slide 6, please. What's that show?
And that's just slightly turned to the south. That's just a 2-car garage. You'll see a Jeep Wrangler Sahara immediately to your right of the picture. Directly ahead is a red Porsche convertible. I'm sorry, white Porsche convertible with a red top. And then beyond that is a Porsche Macan.
Now, as part of your scene survey and photographic documentation, do you look for things like cameras on the exterior of a home?
Yes,
And in slide 6, can you see any?
yes,
Okay. And where, could you describe it there?
sure. It's on the front-facing corner, right where the downspout is for the gutter, right of the garage, I guess, with the closed garage door, slightly above it, and then to the right, right above the downspout, you'll see a white camera with a dark-colored base on it.
There's a stylus up there, Lieutenant. Can you just circle the cameras you see in that photo?
So there's actually two here. One's there, and the other one is right next to it there, just on the other side of that downspout.
Do you see another camera on the opposite side of the garage?
Yes.
Can you circle that? Can we please preserve that?
This is 6.1. So this is S1A, slide 6.1.
Shading to the wall. Lieutenant, what do you see?
It's just a straight-on view, same position, directly up the driveway to the hedge.
Okay. Slide 8, please. What do we see here?
So now this photograph is in front of the house on Tilton Drive, facing northeast. You'll see the Jeep in the driveway to the left. You'll see the two-car garage just past the trait. And then now I'm slowly, these series of photographs are like a series of overlapping photographs capturing the front of the house.
Slide 9, please. What do we see here?
This is the front of the house. The front door is underneath that decorative balcony. You can see the raised masonry front porch, the door right behind it, and then that decorative balcony.
Slide 10, please. What do we see here?
Again, pretty much the same position, just turned slightly more to the southeast. You'll see in the neighbor's driveway next door to fire department vehicles. I believe that second one's a fire department vehicle. And that's just, again, another overlapping series of photographs.
Slide 12, please. What do we see here?
So this is at the southwest corner of the property, right by those fire department vehicles I just spoke about, facing northeast.
And then slide 13, please. What do you see?
So this is the south-facing side of the structure. You'll see an aluminum fence where it continues to block off, I guess, the back of rear yard area.
And slide 14. What do we see here?
This is the rear or the east-facing side of the house. You'll see a raised deck with a staircase directly in front. It leads to two doors on the upper level. To the right of the two doors is the deck transitions to a lower level, and then there's another door there. To the left of the picture, you'll see all the fire damage.
Now, during the course of now that you're walking around the photograph and document your observations, do you look for any utilities?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what are we talking about when we say utilities?
Mainly the gas and the electric meters on the exterior.
Now, is that important because the nature of the cause of structure fire?
Yes, it is.
Can I have slide 21, please? Okay, do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
What is that showing?
So that's showing the southeast corner of the house. Where the photograph is focusing on is just behind that bush is the gas meter and a basement window well where there's significant fire damage.
Okay. And slide 22, please. What do we see here?
Okay, this is the almost directly in front of that basement window well. I'm taking a photograph of the window well and the area surrounding it. You'll start to see on the left of that window piping that is that goes into the gas meter.
Okay. Slide 23, please. What do we see here?
That's the gas meter. That's directly behind that one hedge that was in front of it.
Now, talking about, can I slide 15, please? Sorry. Now, as part of your examination of the scene, are you looking to determine entrances to the structure?
Yes,
Okay. And how many were located in the rear of the backyard?
there were three.
Okay. Can you just explain or describe those for us?
Sure. The one to the left of the picture are French doors that lead into the dining room. The one in the center behind that tall umbrella is the sliding glass doors that lead into the kitchen. And then the deck again transitions down right next to the grill, where that one single door that leads into the mudroom.
Now, we have this, let's just go in order. The French doors that enter into the living room, right? Did you examine those?
Yes.
Okay. How do you go about examining them? What's the purpose?
Well, the purpose of it is to determine if there's any damage to them, if the locks are intact, operational, or if there was any signs of tampering. In this particular case with this door, locks were operational. I did not observe any sort of tampering or any damage to it other than the visible fire damage.
Now, I'm sorry. when you look at doors like that and you're looking to see if there's any damage, I think you said that you didn't observe any damage, correct?
That's correct.
Do you look for anything else observationally as far as potential, points of things that you need to process?
Yeah, I would look at it for the presence of friction ridge impressions or fingerprints. Usually with exterior surfaces that are unprotected like this, use a high-powered light. What I'm looking for initially is what we call surface disruption. Usually, like I said, on the outside unprotected surfaces, a layer of dirt and debris would tend to build up. You could see if any interaction were taking place by the absence of dirt or dust with the disruption of the surface.
At that location, those doors there into the living room, did you locate anything of potential evidentiary value?
No, I did not.
Now, moving on to the sliding doors that go into the kitchen, did you conduct a similar visual examination there?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify anything of potential evidential value from a fingerprint perspective or the like?
No, I did not.
And then as far as that final door all the way to the right, that's just the door into what room you said?
The mudroom.
Okay.
It's the space between the kitchen and the garage.
And did you locate any, signs that there may be potential evidentiary value there?
No, I did not.
No fingerprints could be visually examined?
Again, all three doors worked as designed. The locks were operational. No signs of forced entry, no tool marks, no anything of that nature.
Did you, as for these doors, right, did you encounter or did you make observations or document in any way whether or not they were locked or unlocked upon the way you found them?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what was the status?
They were all unlocked.
Unlocked, you said?
Yes, at the time that I was there, they were all unlocked.
Now, I just want to ask you a question. So you're not the first person at this scene, correct?
That's correct.
Was there a presence of many people before you?
Yes, there was.
Now, so everyone understands, you're documenting what?
The condition of the scene as it was when I arrived there.
Now, you mentioned previously some more utilities and specifically an electric meter, correct?
Yes,
Did you encounter an electric meter?
I did, sir.
And is it the general area of where it was located? Is it depicted in slide 15?
Generally, yes.
And where would it be, just if you could describe it?
So if you the northeast corner of the garage area, that lower portion, the single-story portion, to the, I guess the left of that downspout of the gutter would be that general area.
Okay. I'm going to show S1A slide 16, please. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What's that photo show?
That is the electric meter.
Is that the way that you encountered it, obviously?
Yes.
I have slide 17, please. You recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
What does that show?
That is the electric meter without the actual meter being present.
Did you receive any information upon arrival regarding whether the power had been shut off at the scene?
Yes.
And was it?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And is that a normal occurrence based upon your experience at a fire scene?
Yes, it normally occurs at residential fires where the gas and the electric company are automatically dispatched also with the fire department.
And when we talked about the gas earlier, was it the same situation?
Yes.
We shut off.
Shut off.
Now, can I have slide 18, please? What's that show?
So that's a tamper-proof tag that the electric company installs whenever they access the meter. They'll cut it off. They'll do whatever they need to do. They'll close the meter box again and then replace it with a new tag with a serial number.
Okay. So just to be clear, was the meter itself present at the scene that day?
No, it was not.
Here's slide 16 again. Just for purposes of continuing and completing your photographic documentation, where does that area there lead?
So that is a gate that leads between, that allows access between the driveway and the rear yard.
Slide 24. What does that show?
So that's a photograph of the same area. On the other side, this is the driveway now facing south through that gate. You'll see the two levels of the deck that I was mentioning earlier. Right down below, you'll see the number 1. This particular photograph was taken after I collected that item, the gas can that we saw. So that's why that's there, and it's not in this picture. And then to the right, you'll see that open garage door.
Now, I want to belabor it because I think we've seen the vehicles, but did you take note of and did you document photographically and ultimately in the police report your identifications of vehicles that were present in the driveway?
Yes, I did.
And you talked about it a little bit earlier. Now, you talked about the gas can, correct?
Yes.
When you got to the scene, November 20th, 2018, and you were briefed by other officers, had you been advised of the presence of that gas can?
Yes.
Was that, based upon what you were told and what you saw, was it any significance to your investigation?
Yes, it was.
going to show you slide 30, if I can. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do we see here?
So you'll see the white Porsche 911 convertible in the foreground. Behind that is the Porsche Macan. Directly in front of where the gate is, you'll see a red gas can, and you'll see the open gate to the backyard.
You know, as far as timing goes, you talked about previously that yellow tent marker with the number 1.
Yes.
Now, what are those used for?
Those are used in crime scene processing to indicate like a visual orientation. They don't signify any sort of sequence of events or any particular order. They're just help draw your attention to something in the picture that we want you to look at.
With the exception of that photo we looked at with the 10 marker, is it fair to say that these photographs we've looked at so far were taken before any evidence was physically seized or taken?
With the exception of that previous photo, yes, that's correct.
Now, just so we understand, you identify a piece of evidence, and when you ultimately make a decision to take it, how do you go about taking it?
So I mentioned earlier about my overall photographs. When I am done completing my overall photographs, then I'll go through and start focusing in on items that I want to collect or certain areas. Then I take a series of mid-range and then ultimately close-up photographs of it. And those photographs are just like they said, a little bit closer and then ultimately up close individual item that I'm collecting. And then from that point, it's the physical process of taking that item and then securing it.
Now, did you physically examine that area that's depicted in slide 30 around the garage door?
Yes.
Now, did you identify areas of damage in that area?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can I have slide 27, please? Can you talk about what you see in photograph 27?
Sure. At the threshold of the garage, where the garage meets the driveway, you'll see like white powder that is consistent with a chemical fire extinguisher powder. Just to the left of that, you'll see like a black mass on the ground that turned out later to be a burnt glove, a black nitrile glove. You also see fire debris up the siding and the track ground level.
Now, you said that the black mass ultimately turned out to be a black nitrile glove. Can you tell us how you ultimately discovered that?
Sure. I inspected it. I didn't understand what this melted mass was, so I moved it, and then once I turned it over, I saw what appeared to be a glove.
Slide 28. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What does that show?
So this is that same photograph of the garage. I had manually lowered the garage so I can document the damage to the exterior of the garage and the threshold, the bottom side. And then you'll see in the center of the picture is that black mass I was referring to.
Okay. Can I have slide 30? I'm sorry. Oh, slide 29. Sorry. What do we see here?
So that's the weather stripping at the bottom of the garage door. And then the far left corner of that, unfortunately not the greatest picture, but you will see some charring.
Now, in that specific garage door area, did you notice any damage that spread away from the garage door area?
Yes.
Did you document it?
I did.
Can you have slide 31, please? What do we see here?
So that's the front of the Porsche Macan that was parked directly in front of the gate next to the garage.
Is there anything visible in front of the vehicle on the asphalt?
Yes.
Can you point that out?
But,
Yeah, if you could do it with the stylus, that'd be great.
yeah, so just below, I guess, the driver's side fender area is this area directly on the blacktop.
Can I preserve that, please?
That's 1A, slide 31.1.
Slide 32. And do you recognize what's depicted in slide 32?
Yes.
What is that?
So they appear to be like burn marks on the hood of the Porsche, along with some other scratches.
Now, based upon conversations with other officers, were you ultimately directed towards that shed that you earlier referenced?
Yes.
And what were you going there to look for?
So I went to go look initially for a footwear pressure.
And why was that?
Officers had observed one on a slate tile directly in front of the north side of the shed. They had covered it with a white plastic bin to protect it. So I went over there to document that.
Slide 34, please. Do you recognize that area?
Yes,
Okay, now, you talked about the shed earlier, correct?
yes.
And what we could see in the earlier photo was the front side or the back side.
I would call it the front side since it's facing the pool area, so I would call it the front, and then this side, I called it the rear or the back.
Okay, so to be clear, slide 34, as you discussed this, you're gonna call that the rear of the shed.
Yes,
And that's because the front side faces the pool.
Yes.
So that would be the front, and it's got a little measured door structure.
yes,
So now though, on slide 34, we're looking at the rear.
yes,
And there's a white object in that photograph, correct?
that's correct.
And what does that represent?
That would be the bucket that was put over to protect the footwear pressure.
Did you ultimately inspect that, what that's covering?
Yes,
And what if anything, did you find?
I found nothing there.
Well, there might be you were told there was a footprint there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and ultimately you wound up going over there, lifting the bucket and not seeing it.
That's correct.
Did you take photos ultimately of like what was underneath that bucket?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you that's what you were told about, correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you continue to do any inspection of that shed area on your own?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what, if anything, you located and where you went?
In relation to this photograph, up that ramp, just to the left of the door on that ramp, there I found another footwear impression. So I photographed that.
Okay, had anyone pointed that one out to you?
No.
You located that?
Yes.
No. Can I have slide 35? Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I did.
What's the photo of?
It's the footwear impression that I observed, and then the bottom right-hand corner is a scale. For reproduction purposes, if I had to reproduce this photograph on a one-to-one scale, that'll help me be able to do that.
Was something done with that at a later date, or did anyone else look at that?
Yes.
Were you able to determine any identifying features of that footprint at any time?
No.
Can you talk about other observations in the shed other than the footprint?
Sure. I opened up the rear door of the shed, and I saw what appeared to be a visible or patent fingerprint.
Just to be clear, slide 34. Is that the entrance to the shed that you're discussing now?
Yes.
I have slide 36. What do we see there, Lieutenant?
So that is what I perceive to be a fingerprint or handprint. Really, I observed like three looked like finger marks. So I scaled it and photographed it, and then I visually examined it for potentially preserving it.
When did you do that?
Right there.
Okay. Did you do anything with it later?
While I was on scene, after I did this, I examined it there, and I was unable to observe any identifiable friction-ridge characteristics. So those are characteristics in fingerprints that allow me to compare with other or known fingerprints for identification purposes.
I have slide 37, please. What's that photo show?
So that's just on the inside of that rear door, floor level. There are 3 gas cans.
Okay. Now, at some point later in your investigation, did you find any other gas cans in that shed?
Yes.
Okay. Where were they in relation to these ones?
On the opposite side, the front side, there were 2 larger ones.
Now, the ones that we see in slide 37, are they all the same size? Are they different? Are they the same brand? Or are they different? How is the context of that?
They all appear to be different sizes and different brands,
Different shapes?
different shapes.
Now, there is an area that there's an opening there, right?
That's correct.
Did you make any visual observations of that opening
I
in
did.
relation to other evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
That space was approximately the same size, width-wise, as the gas can I found in the driveway.
Now, after your photographic documentation of the shed and stuff, potential fingerprints, did you receive anything from Ocean Township police officers?
I did.
And what was that?
It was a QC DDR, a Fortinet switch, and assorted wires that they recovered from inside the garage.
And once you got that from the Ocean Township Police Department, what'd you do with it?
I secured it in my crime scene unit vehicle.
Was there a point in time that morning later where you turned it over to someone else?
I did.
And who was that?
It was down Captain Weisbrot.
Were you advised as to where the DVR had been at least generally recovered from?
Yes.
Where was that?
That was located inside the garage near the southeast corner.
Can I have slide 120? Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
What's the photo of?
So that's inside the 2-car garage. That's a photograph of me facing, taken of me pointing the camera southeast in the northwest corner of the garage.
Is there a camera in that photograph?
Yes, there is.
Can you circle?
Yes.
Can you preserve that, please?
It's the 120.1.
I think just for clarification, I think Captain Weisroth might have circled the same thing. I'm sorry.
You know, he identified, but
Yes.
he didn't. All right, so 120.2.
Now, I think we've seen the photos of the outside, kind of in their totality, correct?
Yes, sir.
At least we've seen different portions and angles of this house, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there a point in time when you went into the interior?
I did.
Okay, what was the purpose of doing that at that time?
To document the basement.
Why the basement?
Evidence collection was looking to get started by the fire marshals outside near that basement window well. I wanted to document the condition of the basement, specifically near that window well on the interior side, in case anything were to fall in or any sort of anything would impact the interior.
Can you tell me, like, generally how you got to the basement?
Walked through the front door, through the foyer, made a left to the small hallway. The stairs to the basement were right there. Went downstairs.
Once you enter the basement, are you in an area that's finished or unfinished?
As soon as you get to the basement, at the bottom of the stairs, you are in a finished, or partially, in this particular case, a partially finished area where there were obvious signs of construction.
The basement directionally, finished versus unfinished. Can you tell us with east versus west?
So the finished side was predominantly the west side of the house. The unfinished side was the east side. So as soon as you go down those stairs, the unfinished side, there were a pair of French doors immediately to your left. Once you go through those doors, it's unfinished. It's all household storage.
Can I have slide 85, please? You recognize that?
Yes.
What's that show?
So those are the stairs I was just referring to that go up to the first floor. The to the left is the finished side, but in a state of construction.
Okay. So where I'm standing right now, I'm looking at the photo and I'm looking at the staircase.
That's correct.
And which direction would the unfinished side be for me?
The unfinished would be on your right.
Okay. Are there doors right there?
Yes, there are.
Can I have slide 87, please? What do we see there?
So this is just a little bit farther down the finished side towards the, as we're, I guess, traveling north now through the basement. You'll see the staircase to your right, and then that's like an unfinished theater room.
Okay. And the area on the right side of the photo, is that like underneath the stairs?
That would be underneath the stairs.
Can I have slide 89, please? What's that show us?
So that's inside that room. Now I'm actually facing towards the rear yard east, and that's just the wall that was there. And then you'll see to the right the staircase that goes upstairs.
And then in that photo, up to the top of the photo to the left would be walking into the unfinished side.
Yes.
Slide 86, please. And what does that show?
So that is, I believe, the staircase is going to be to the immediately to my right, and then facing the front of the house. So west.
Those are a variety of photos that show the finished side of the basement.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, we're going to talk about the unfinished side. Can I have slide 91? You recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
So that's the unfinished side of the basement. That is pretty much the center of that area directly as soon as you come inside those doors facing north. So the exterior wall would be to the right. That would be the rear yard.
Can I have slide 91? I'm sorry, 105, please. What does that show?
So that's, again, right inside the doorway into the unfinished area. Directly ahead, you'll see that open window towards the top of the photo. That is the basement window well that's right next to the gas meter. Just below that, you'll see metal shelving, various household debris that's melted and burned. You'll see a dresser. You'll see fire hoses right in the center. Those were from the outside coming in.
So just outside of that little window, 105, is that an area of interest for you on the exterior wall?
Yes.
And the gas meter would be out the window to the right?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you do anything forensically, or do you seize anything in the basement?
At this point, no. It's just photographic documentation.
Did you seize anything upstairs on the first or second floor?
Not at this time, no.
Was there a point in time when you went outside the residence again?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of doing that at that time?
To collect items of evidence on the exterior.
Now, was there somewhere in particular that you started?
Yes.
Can I have slide 25? And what are we looking at there?
That would be the gas can.
Okay, now, when you're going outside potentially to collect this gas can, is that when you put the evidence marker down?
Yes.
And the number one, does that have any, what does that mean?
Just for visual orientation purposes, it doesn't indicate anything other than this is the first item I'm collecting.
And when you collected that item, did you make any specific observations about it?
Yes.
Okay, what did you observe?
I observed that it was partially full, and that the tip of the nozzle was partially melted.
Did you ultimately collect it?
Yes, I did.
How do you go about collecting items of evidence like this?
So after I'm done with my photographic documentation, then I would make sure I have clean gloves on, and then find an appropriate container size-wise that would handle this. So it would be an unused paper evidence bag, and then place it in the bag, and then seal it for transportation to market.
Just gonna approach and show you what the market is. S155. You recognize that?
I do.
What is that? And how do you know?
So it's got my handwriting on it. It's got my case number, my evidence number, and a tag that was ultimately placed on it after it was entered into our evidence management system.
Do you describe the nature of this gas can?
Here's the description of the evidence that's inside the bag.
Did you document the size of it?
I did.
And what was the size of it?
So initially, when I first collected it, I thought it was a 2-gallon can. Once I brought it back to our office and was able to inspect it a little better, I determined it was a 1.25-gallon can or a 5-liter gas can with a burn nozzle and containing 48 ounces of liquid. That's how I ultimately described it.
Now, just to be clear, is this full of gasoline right now?
No, it's not.
Okay, how come?
After I measured it, how much gasoline was in it, I reserved about 2 ounces for testing purposes, and the rest of it I discarded.
Could I ask you, I'm assuming you want to put on gloves, could I ask you to open the bag?
Sure.
I would just ask you to briefly take out the gas can. Can you just point out and describe the damage that you identified to the gas can?
It'd be at the tip of the nozzle.
And as we are here today in court, is it fair to say that there is evidence of burning on the tip of the gas can?
Yes.
Okay. You could- Now, can I slide, I'm sorry, that's 1A, slide. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Now, you talked, we were just talking about the gas can, we were talking about that area of potential fire damage on the garage area. Did you also utilize, or did you also visually inspect or do anything with respect to the area near the basement well window and the gas meter?
Outside of photographic documentation, I just assisted the fire marshals in collecting their evidence.
Can I have slide 41, please? Just so we understand, what's depicted in that photograph?
So there's going to be 4 areas of evidence that we collected. So 2, 3, 4, and 5 would be soil samples. One of them is an actual soil sample that we want to be tested. Another one would be a control sample. So 2 would be a soil sample near the gas meter. 3 would be the control for that. 4 would be a soil sample within that basement window well, and 5 would be a control sample for that.
And those soil samples, were they preserved by anyone?
Yes,
Who were they preserved by?
I mean,
How did you do that?
each sample was secured individually in an unused paint can and then sealed and marked.
Now, going back to the area of the garage where you found the gas can with the burn nozzle, can I have slide 43? I think we've looked at this general area previously, correct?
That's correct.
Is there something different about this photograph?
Yes.
What's that?
So that's the burnt nitrile glove that I collected. That was in front of the garage. It's that black mask before when I said I flipped it over to see what it was. That's what that depicts.
Okay.
It was moved from its original location to photograph it.
Okay. What's depicted in slide 42?
That's it turned over. It's a shot of the photograph of the glove facing straight down.
And is at this point in time and in this orientation of that item that you determined to appear to be a black nitrile glove?
Yes.
Show you what we marked as S156 for identification. Let me show you what's marked as S156 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
I recognize it. It's got my case number on it, my handwriting's on it, my evidence identification number. There you go.
You don't have to read it. I mean, ultimately, what is that?
That is the burnt nitrile glove. Evidence marker number 6 is how I described it.
And that what was depicted in that last photograph that we were looking at?
Yes.
The last series of photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And is your evidence markings on there?
Yes, along with markings from the state police.
Okay. How do you know they're markings from the state police?
It's got their lab number from when I submitted it is written on it.
So this is something ultimately that you said was submitted to the New Jersey State Police
Yeah.
Forensic Laboratory?
Yes. Can I make a comment about the way that that's packaged?
Yes.
For trial.
That's a good point.
For trial presentation purposes?
Was this the way it was initially packaged?
All the contents of these individually wrapped plastic bags were. So this nitrile glove was placed in this paper bag. When it was sent back, or sent to the lab, we returned with the lab markings on it. But in preparation of trial, so we can, because it's got a lot of debris and obviously falling apart, so we can handle it and be able to show it to the jury here. I packaged it in this clear plastic so everybody can see it without getting all over the place.
Now, is that the only item that was packaged in a somewhat similar manner?
No.
Okay. And again, just for purposes of the jury be able to see it?
Yes.
Now, the area we were just talking about, near the garage and where that glove was found, was any control samples taken from there?
Yes, there were.
Perhaps slide 44. All right. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What does that show?
So item number 7 depicts the area of debris that I collected where the fire took place. In that corner, I guess it's the northeast corner of the garage threshold there.
Can I have slide 45, please? What does that show?
And that's going to be the area that I collected inside the garage underneath that blue tile would be the area where I collected debris as a control sample.
Just to be clear, I mean, it may be obvious, but just the sample versus the control, they're taken on different areas. And why is that?
So in this particular case, item number 7 is the area where the fire was suspected to have occurred. Item number 8 is an area where we know fire did not occur. So we can control, we can take, when we test both samples, we can see what if there's anything maybe natural that would indicate anything. So it's just an area where the lab can have unaffected sample.
And was there a point in time after you collected the glove, the gas can, and the samples that we just discussed, where you were tasked with documentation of the portion con?
Yes, sir.
And where did that actually happen?
That happened right where it was parked at.
Okay. And why was that done?
Just for documentation purposes of the damage to the car. I wanted to ensure that the only damage done to that car was just to the exterior hood and that it didn't penetrate the interior engine compartment or any other parts of the car.
Now, just briefly, can I have slide 47, please? What are we looking at here?
That would be the driver's side rear passenger compartment of the car, of the Macan. That's outside looking in with the door open.
And slide 46, please. What do you see there?
That would be the driver's side, actually the driver's seat of the Macan in the driveway. Same thing, door open so you can see visibly inside the car.
Slide 48, please. What is that, Joe?
That's the real cargo area of the Macan.
Slide,
Closed.
I'm sorry, slide 49. What's that?
And that's under with the rear cargo area open. There's like a decking. That's with the decking lifted up just to see that there wasn't anything there. damaged area, I should say.
I'm sorry. Slide 50, please. What do you see here?
And that's the McConn's engine compartment put up, just photographing as it was.
And slide 51, please. What does that show?
That's some sort of defect to the lower, I guess, the lower bumper of the Macan, I guess, front passenger side.
Now, just to be clear, during the course of your photographic documentation of the Porsche Macan on November 20th, 2018, did you identify any potential evidence? Did you seize any potential evidence?
In relation to the Macan, no.
Was there a more thorough search that ultimately wound up happening the next day?
Yes, there was.
Now, is there a point in time after you were done with the photographic documentation of the Macan that you re-entered the residence?
Yes.
And why was that?
Just to continue the documentation of the damage inside both the first and the second floors and search for any potential items of evidence.
And how did you enter the home?
I believe at that time through the garage.
Did you ultimately observe the front door and the foyer area and everything?
Yes.
That's 52. So what are we looking at?
So that's the front door outside looking into the house.
Okay, slide 53.
Obviously, I started there.
You were obviously in this area, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's slide 54. What are we looking at there?
So that's in the, as soon as you go through that front door, there's a small foyer area immediately to your right would be like a living room. And that's in the farthest, I guess, the south west corner looking northeast.
Okay. And previously, when you were outside or you were discussing the outside photos, you talked about French doors, correct?
Yes.
Can you see the French doors there?
Yes. So past the dining room, you'll see the dining room table and chairs, and then beyond that is the interior side of those French doors.
This slide 55. Recognize that?
Yes, it is.
What's that?
So that's a photograph of me standing in the foyer looking down into the, to step down into the living room area I was just discussing. There's an end table there with a lime green lighter and then a blue lighter on the floor.
Slide, I'm sorry, can I have slide 56? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What are we looking at?
So that's the two lighters I was just referring to. Item number 9 is the green, and then item number 10 is the blue.
We'll first show you what's been marked as S157, the first identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what does that show?
So that's the lime green big lighter, my case number and evidence item number.
Okay. And S158, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, what's that?
The blue big lighter. Again, case number and evidence number.
And S157, S158, are these the actual items that we saw in those photos?
Yes.
Slide 50. Sorry about that. I'm almost done with that. Slide 57. Now, fair to say, you continue documentation efforts of 27 total.
That's correct. My responsibilities on a scene like this is not only to locate evidence, it's also just to document any damage or the extent of damage.
57, do you see damage?
Yes.
Okay, and where is it?
It's going to be against the primarily fire damage straight ahead in that window. That window there directly above the basement window well. You'll also see sheetrock pulled down from the ceiling and on the exterior the walls. Yeah, the exterior wall to your right.
Slide 58. What are we looking at there?
And that's closer to the window. There's a desk there. You will see through that window the rear yard.
And 59, please. Same
That's
photo closer up.
Same photo closer up. Now this is me panning up towards the ceiling. You'll see again the deck on the outside to your left, trampoline, and then the neighbor's yard directly.
Now, slide 60. What do we see here?
Pretty much from the same spot, just turn now north towards the dining room.
Slide 61. What do we see here?
That's just the kitchen area, and that was located just beyond the dining room. Talk about doors before. That's just past the stove is the sliding glass door that leads from the kitchen to the back deck.
That would be the second, looking left to right of that photo before, that would be the middle entrance to the rear of the home.
It would be, yes. And then straight ahead, you'll see that white laundry basket. That's the mudroom area.
And beyond the mudroom is what?
The garage.
Now, at some point in time, did you go upstairs?
Yes.
Okay, how did you go upstairs?
Above the basement stairwell is the stairwell to the second floor, so I use that.
Did you visually and otherwise document the rooms that you found upstairs?
Yes.
And what types of rooms were generally upstairs?
There were four bedrooms and 2 full baths.
That's slide 65. Showing getting upstairs, obviously.
Yes.
As you go up here, can you start left and tell us what you found?
Sure. At the top of the stairs, immediately to your left, is a bedroom that was identified as Mr. Caneiro's bedroom. Straight ahead was a bedroom for one of his adult daughters, I believe it was Marissa's. To the right of that is another daughter's bedroom. And then if you go down where that railing is a hallway backward. So you would be going now south. And to your left would be a full bath. And then you would enter the master suite area, which contains a full bathroom, walk-in closet, and bedroom.
Just quickly, slide 66. What do we see there?
That would be Mr. Caneiro's bedroom.
Was that the first bedroom to the left?
Yes.
And slide 70, please. What is that?
That would be, I believe that was Marissa's bedroom.
Slide 71.
Caitlin's bedroom?
And this bedroom here, this is the third one we looked at, correct?
At this particular point, it would be the third one.
And this one, the third one, is it on the front side of the house or the back side?
It's going to be at the the northeast corner, backside.
And then you said there was a bathroom next to this one?
Yes.
And then we went to the master area.
Yes.
Next slide 72. You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
That would be the master bedroom area.
And slide 73. What do we see now?
That would be the damage in the walk-in closet in that bedroom.
The walk-in closet, as it relates to the bedroom, is the walk-in closet on the back side of the house?
Yes, it would be. It would actually be on the the southeast corner, directly in line with the bedroom, basement window well, that living room where we saw the picture of the window that's straight up.
Slide 74. Does that assist you in discussing the layout of the master?
Yes.
Could you just explain what we got there?
So on the right-hand side of the picture is the walk-in closet. Straight back, you see the 2 doors that are partially open, almost all the way open. You'll see a mirror to the left. To the left of that is an entrance to the master bath. And then continuing to the left is the hallway, entrance to the hallway.
Now, is there any damage to the ceiling in that photograph?
Yes.
And then slide 75. What do you see there?
That you can see sky. That would be a hole through the roof.
Is that in the area of the master bedroom?
Yes.
Just quickly, slide 76. What's that?
That would be the master bedroom.
Now, you talked about earlier how you gave the DVR to Captain or Detective Weisbrot at the time, correct? Okay. And ultimately, did you respond to Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes.
And was there a point in time when you were at the Ocean Township Police Department that you learned something that was kind of significant to that investigation thus far?
Yes.
What was that?
That the Colts Neck Police Department and Fire Department responded to 15 Willowbrook for a reported structure fire with at least one person deceased on the front lawn.
Now, during the course of your time at the Ocean Police Department, were you asked to photographically document anything?
Yes.
And what were you asked to take pictures of?
Specifically of Mr. Caneiro, his left hand. It was reported that he had an injury to it, so I was asked to photograph it.
Slide 128. Sorry. Recognize that photo?
Yes.
What's the photo show?
Mr. Paul Caneiro
And where was that taken?
at the Ocean Township Police Department.
Can I show you slide 129? You recognize that?
Yes.
What's that show?
So that's a photograph of the back of Mr. Caneiro's right and left hands.
I have slide 130.
So this is a close-up photograph of Mr. Caneiro's right and left hands.
Slide 131. What's that?
That's focusing on Mr. Caneiro's left hand, the back side of it.
Slide 130. Sorry. You recognize that?
Yes, part of documenting any potential injuries is doing somewhat of a physical exam, and then it was me photographing. This is what I observed to be bruising on his abdomen.
Slide 133. What's that?
Again, like a small abrasion to the back side of his left arm.
Slide 134.
That's just a close-up photograph of that abrasion.
Now, the next day, Wednesday.
I'm going to stop you here before we go into the next day. Can we turn the lights back on? You guys are thinking to yourself, we got a second break, but maybe we stayed almost 5 o'clock. Is that what you guys are thinking? Nobody? You're welcome. Yeah. So we're done for today. I can't say if you were right or wrong on why I gave it a second break. I'm just going to leave it out there for you guys to think about and ponder this evening. But I hope you guys have a wonderful night. We'll be back here tomorrow morning, so 8 o'clock. We'll be on the record at 8:30. We keep moving along. Thank you so much for being attentive today. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. And what we're going to do is when we bring you downstairs, Amore's just going to confirm with you. Just make sure we have all your phone numbers and everything, just in case there's an issue on Monday. More of my staff will be calling you directly, so we might as well just do that now so we don't forget. So today and tomorrow morning, if we can do that. Thank you. So you guys have a good night. Be safe.
Okay, so that is the end of day 6. Let me get day 7 pulled up so we can go into our day 7 testimony. I don't know. I'm having a brain fart. Okay. Yeah, I'm having a brain fart. Don't ask me why I am. Okay. Day 7. Oh no. Oh, my God.
Mansion Police Department.
Yes,
And which vehicle was that?
it was a Porsche Cayenne.
Okay. And did you learn prior to that where the vehicle had been located, at the time of the fire?
Yes,
Where was that? This one? Searched at the Ocean Township Police Department? Where you first went investigatively on that day?
I believe initially to the Ocean Township Police Department.
Okay. And what was the purpose of your response to Ocean Police Department that day?
Waiting on search warrants for a car that Mr. Caneiro drove to the Ocean Township Police Department the night before.
Now, was there, ultimately that day, was there a specific vehicle that you searched at the Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes,
And which vehicle was that?
it was a Porsche Cayenne.
Okay. And did you learn prior to that where the vehicle had been located, at the time of the fire?
Yes,
Where was that?
it was in the the westernmost garage at 27 Tilton. And at some point during the fire, Mr. Caneiro removed it from the garage and parked it on Tilton Drive.
And where was the vehicle located upon your arrival at the Ocean Township Police Department?
It was parked in their Sally port.
And as far as the search goes, can you tell us how that's conducted?
It begins with a series of overall photographs of the exterior of the car, then overall photographs of the interior of the car, and then starting at one side, systematically searching the entire car.
Can I have the back table, please? We're going to go to what's previously been marked as S1A. Can I have slide 135, please? Now, do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
What's that show?
That's the Porsche Macan inside the Cayenne parked inside the Ocean Township Police Department Sally Port.
And who took that photo?
I did.
Okay. Can I have slide 136, please? And what's that show?
So that's one of the series of overall photographs where it began. It's at the front driver's side corner of the car.
And slide 137. What's that show?
It's the open cargo area of the Cayenne.
Okay, and generally speaking, what do we see in that photo?
You'll see two bags. One on the left is it's a pillowcase that I had filled with Mr. Caneiro's medication. The day before, was asked that we collect some medication for him. I went in the house, collected that, put it in that bag, brought it to him and his family. The night of the 20th, I took it and secured it in the car pending the search warrant. And then the bag to the left is a book bag that was in the back of the car.
Okay. Can I have slide 138, please? And what's that again?
That's just a close-up photograph of the bag.
Now, once the vehicle was photographed, did you ultimately examine the contents of that bag?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you what the mark is S159 for identification. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what is this?
It's the book bag, the black book bag from that photo.
Okay. The book bag's inside this packaging?
Yes.
Just want to talk a little bit about, and you can, if you don't mind, you can leave the PowerPoint up just for ease. We can always go back to home screen if it's too long. I just want to show you slide 140. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is it?
It's an automatic knife that I found in the book bag.
Okay. I have slide 141. And what's that?
That's just the opposite side of that knife.
And then I'm going to show you slide 142. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is that?
That's the knife with the blade extended.
No. I have slide 143. What's that show?
That's a FLIR,
What's a FLIR?
forward-looking infrared radar. Basically, it's like it detects heat signatures. It attaches to, in this particular case, an iPhone at the bottom.
And slide 144. What's that?
Those are an assortment of keys that were located in the book bag.
Now, the photos we just looked at, where were they taken?
They were taken at the Ocean Township Police Department. You'll see the plastic underneath. That's the cargo area of the Cayenne.
And can I have slide 145, please? You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a piece of paper with writing and numbers.
Okay, and
Looks like dates.
okay, you said there's dates?
I believe those are dates on the right-hand side.
Are there universities listed on there?
Yes, there are.
And you said these were all photographed at the Ocean Township Police Department. Was that during the course of the search?
Yes.
And these items that we've discussed thus far, where were they located?
In the book bag.
Can I have slide 148, please? What do we see there?
The passport, United States.
Slide 149. What's that?
That's who the passport was issued to, Paul Caneiro.
And I want to show you slide 150. That's what that is?
Yes, I do.
What's that?
That's a pinch and seal, like a Ziploc bag.
Okay. And did you ultimately open that?
Yes.
Okay. What was inside that?
Paper towels, and inside the paper towels was a barrel of a gun, and at the time, an unknown, what I described as an unknown firearm part.
Okay. Can I have slide 151, please? What does that show?
So that in the front of it, I'm sorry, if you're looking at it, it's going to be to your left on the bottom is the gun barrel, and then to the right would be those unknown firearm parts.
Now, I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as S162 for identification. Can I ask if you recognize?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
This is that automatic knife.
Okay, and can you open up that packaging? Are you able to hold out that knife to show what it looks like? And how does that operate?
The backside of it.
Can everyone see? Okay.
So you just push this upwards, so it extends it. And then to retract it, it doesn't go, just gotta pull it down.
Just going to approach and show you what's been marked as S160 for identification. You recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
it's $168 that I found in that bag.
And I'm going to show you S161.
It's the white foil child-resistant pitch and slide bag with that held 9mm barrel and the unknown possible firearm.
Okay, can I slide 150? And what is that again?
That's the pinch and seal, pitch and slide Ziploc style bag.
I'll show you what's been marked as S176 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is?
the 9mm Parasig gun barrel from the foil bag.
Are you able to open that?
Yes.
Okay, can you possibly display that for purposes of being able to see?
Right now, it's in a little Ziploc bag that was the barrel was put into it by the state police when they examined it. I'm gonna take it out so we can see it right there.
Now, I think you said that ultimately was examined by the New Jersey State Police.
Yes,
And which division of the State Police?
the ballistics lab.
Did that later returned to you, or did you pick that up?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of that barrel? What does it do?
So, just generally speaking, the barrel of a handgun or any type of gun, it's how a bullet is expired out of a handgun. Once you pull the trigger, the bullet goes down the barrel. It's got rifling in it. It helps with accuracy. The bullet then spins outside the front of it. This particular barrel has at the end of it a thread, which allows certain muzzle devices to be attached to it.
Now, I want to show you first what's been marked as S163 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
I described it as a Gorlish mesh and canvas bag containing miscellaneous wires and accessories from the black book bag.
Like phone wires and cords and
Yes.
things? Now, let me show you S164. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's in there?
It's an Audi key from the black book bag.
You located an Audi vehicle at the property of 27 Token Drive?
No, I did not.
And I'm just going to show you S177. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the unknown possible firearms parts that were in that pinch and slide bag.
Okay. Can you open that up?
Sure.
Can you show us what's in that box? What is that again?
This was the unknown firearm part.
Okay. Was that ultimately sent to the New Jersey State Police to list as well?
Sorry, yes, it was. It was sent as is. When I found it, it was in those separate parts, and this is how it was returned.
Okay, again, slide 150 on the screen.
Yeah.
Is that where that item was located?
Yes.
And just
Wrapped in the paper towels.
can I have slide 152, please? And just going back to the barrel, is that present in that photograph?
Yes.
What else is present?
Paper towels.
And then slide 153. What do we have here?
The unknown parts, as I found it in the 3 separate parts.
You can go back to the I'm going to show you what's been marked as S165. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a key ring with a nest fob and dollar fob, and then the serial number, and 2 master lock keys from the black book bag.
Did we look at a photo of that earlier?
I believe we did.
Can I have slide 154? I'm sorry, 144, sorry. And is that what's what's depicted on the screen at 144? Is that what you just
Want me
described?
to circle? Or it's the set of keys at the top right-hand corner with the, I guess, that little blue rectangle device on it.
Okay. And is there another key that's depicted that we already discussed?
Yes,
Which key is that?
that would be the Audi key. That's the car key to the left.
Now, within that bag, did you locate any, like a wallet or credit cards or anything along those lines?
Yes.
Can I have slide 139? You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's a black leather-like wallet that I found in the book bag.
And ultimately, in preparation for your testimony, were the items within that wallet and the wallet itself, were they displayed for court presentation?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S168. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do, sir.
What is that?
That's the black leather-like wallet, and then all the cards that were found inside of it.
On 168, do you see any names on any of those cards?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and the majority of them have whose name?
Paul Caneiro.
Okay. Now, is there a Macy's card?
Yes, there is.
And what's the name of that?
Yazel Restrevo.
Okay, and is there a Mr. Caneiro's license?
Yes.
Let me show you S166. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's an Anchor Power Board 1300 in a hermit shell case from the bottom bag.
S166, that's the Anchor power card?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as S175. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's miscellaneous family mail and papers and financial documents from the black book bag.
Or generally belonging to?
Mr. Caneiro.
You said Mr. Caneiro, can you just be more specific?
Paul Caneiro, sir.
Did you find other personal items, financial documents and the like?
Yes, sir.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S174. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an envelope containing 17 U.S. savings bonds.
Savings bonds?
Yes, sir.
And whose names? Do you recall?
Caitlin Caneiro and Marissa Caneiro.
Are they in all the same denominations or different denominations?
If I remember correctly, I'm going to look at the different denominations.
show you what's been marked as S-172. May I ask you if you recognize what's in there?
Yes,
What's that?
it's an envelope with various credit cards and a leather case with a Colombian currency, Canadian coins, and other assorted cards.
Colombian currency, is that what you said?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as 173 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
The T-Mobile SIM card that I found in the book bag.
And S-169.
It's a leather passport, a holder with a U.S. passport for Mr. Caneiro, Paul Caneiro.
Was that the same passport that we saw on that, on the screen just a little while earlier?
Yes.
I just also want to show you, I think it's two last items from the background. That's 170 first. You recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's a Clear One Pro thermal camera for iOS.
Was that what we saw earlier on the screen?
Yeah.
Can I have S-143, or slide 143 of S-1A? Is that what's depicted in that envelope?
Yes.
And lastly, S-171. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a Mantis X firearms training system from the book bag.
What is a Mantis X firearm system, if you know?
It's a device that you attach to a firearm that you can dry fire, meaning to pull the trigger of a firearm without any ammunition in it. It records data from that, such as the angle of the gun, the barrel, all that stuff, and it sends that information to an app.
Sorry about that. Now, the items that you just identified and described, were they all found within that backpack?
Yes.
Now, the items within the backpack, were they ultimately seized and secured?
Yes, they were.
How does that happen?
So after the photographic documentation, they're inventoried at some point, put on a evidence property receipt to generate a chain of custody. Then they're secured in my vehicle and then ultimately transported to our office where we have a secure area. It's a temporary evidence vault. It's enhanced security on it and it's stored there pending either processing, should the evidence dictate that, or submission to a lab for further analysis or put into our main evidence vault for long-term storage.
Now, as part of your job responsibilities as a crime scene detective, are you often tasked with delivering items to labs like the New Jersey State Police Laboratory?
Yes.
Okay. And does that include physical evidence?
Yes.
Does that also include at times ballistic evidence?
Yeah, that's all physical.
Now, after the search of the Porsche Cayenne and the backpack were completed, did you return anywhere?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
27 Tilton Drive
Okay. And what was the purpose of you going back there?
to execute search warrant at that residence.
And we're talking about which date now, just to be clear.
The following day, the 21st.
Now, upon return to 27 Tilton, like what was the plan? What was the purpose at the location now?
So it was to conduct a systematic and thorough search of the home and the vehicles that are on the property.
Now, fair to say you photographically documented and kind of surveyed the location pretty thoroughly the day before?
That's fair to say, yes.
So is there a point in time on Wednesday, November 21st, that you're going to now look for items specifically of potential evidential value?
That's correct.
And can you tell us how you started doing that on the 21st?
So my plan that day was to grab another detective from my unit, Detective Robert Flanagan. Him and I were going to start on the top floor, pick one room, we'd pick the master bedroom, and then we would systematically go from bedroom to bedroom, searching. Second floor, first floor, and then end in the basement. And there was a second search team comprised of members of the Ocean Township Police Department and the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, who would then follow us and conduct a secondary search after that.
Who touches items of evidence? Who touched items of evidence on that date?
Myself, and then during the secondary search, I believe there was a couple other items that were located that members of the Ocean Township or the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office located.
Now,
Ultimately, when they found those items, when they found those items, they would notify me, I would go photograph it and actually collect it at that point.
do you recall where you started locationally or physically within the home that day?
I believe it was the master bedroom, second floor.
Can I have slide 72, please? Recognize that?
Yes,
What's that show?
that's the master bedroom.
Slide 78. You recognize that?
Yes.
What's that show?
So that was with the mattress and box spring of the bed in that master bedroom removed to show the articles that were underneath the bed.
Slide 79, please. What's that?
It's a Pelican Storm case that has a padlock on the, I guess, the lower left side of the case.
Okay, was that ultimately opened as a result of your search?
Yes.
Next slide 81. And that showed what?
That's the bottom of the case. It had an identifier, Paul Caneiro, 27 Tilton Drive, Wayside, New Jersey, 07712, and the phone number. So Wayside is a section of Ocean Township.
Okay, and slide 80, please. What does that show?
That's what the case opened. You'll see on the left-hand side a flashlight, and to the right is a magazine, what appears to have a bullet in it. Just above that are pieces of grips that you can attach to the firearm. To the top left is a knife. To the right is a box of ammunition. And then to the far right is a Walther PPS 9mm semi-automatic handgun.
Okay, was that weapon there, was that ultimately taken to the state police ballistics unit?
Yes.
Was it tested?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you first what the mark is S178 for identification. You recognize what that is?
Yes, it is.
Can you open it up? Can you show us what that is? Does that contain the entirety of the contents as slide 80 at this point in time?
No.
Okay, why not?
The handgun was removed for submission to the state police lab for testing.
Let me show you. Keep it that way. Can I identify first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Lieutenant, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S179. Can you tell us what it is before you open it up or show it to anyone?
It's a Walther PPS 9mm handgun, serial number AE0967 with magazine.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're now going to be shown a handgun. I want you to know prior to the handgun being shown here today, it's been checked by law enforcement, both from the sheriff's department and by the prosecutor's office. So you should not have any concerns about that. But I want to make sure you knew that before we show it to you today. Okay. Go ahead.
Can you open it up, Lieutenant? Are you able to take it out of the box? Display it? What are we looking at?
This is the Walther PPS 9mm handgun.
And along the line of what the judge was just telling the jury, there's something here, correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a gun lock, cable lock,
And what's the purpose of that?
to prevent it from being charged, putting ammunition in and firing.
And is the gun otherwise safe for any other reasons?
Yeah.
Why is that?
It does not have any ammunition.
Take that back. And again, the gun that you just displayed is the gun that was found in that case there?
Yes, sir.
You can go back. Now, can I slide 82 of S1A? Now, Lieutenant, can you tell us what that photo depicts?
Two holsters. One's a handgun holster. The one on the right and the one on the left is a magazine holster.
Now, can I slide 66, please? Let me show you what's been marked as S-180. Do you recognize what's in that bag?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
2 holsters from the master bedroom. They were just in the photo we just saw.
Okay, so you said that's what was in the photo we just saw?
Yes, sir.
I just have slide 82 real quick. So instead of opening it, what's in the bag, exactly what's depicted in slide 82?
Yes, sir.
Now, going back to slide 66. Did you continue your search of the second floor of 2017?
Yes.
Okay, and slide 66, do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is it?
That's the room that was identified as Mr. Paul Caneiro's bedroom.
Ultimately, did you conduct the search of that bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Was anything recovered from there?
Yes.
What was recovered, if you recall?
Another handgun and a laser training tool.
Can I have slide 68? What is that?
It's a laser light training switch kit for a 9mm handgun.
And can I have slide 69? What is that?
It's a laser target.
Now, what is the purpose of that, if you know?
So again, it's another dry fire training device where, depending on the model, you either insert a laser into the barrel of a firearm where you can shoot it, pull the trigger without discharging any live ammunition at the target, and it records where it would hit on the target. Some of them have a specific handgun, plastic handgun that does that same thing, but depending on the model, it's all the same principle though.
Can you show me what the mark is S-182 first? Can I see if you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
That's the laser training switch kit.
An S-183?
This is the laser light target TLB-1. What's in this picture right here?
So does the slide 69, does it accurately depict what's located in that the bag in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that would be the laser target S-183, is that correct?
Yes. 183, yes.
Can I ask you to open that, please? You hold that up just so you can see it. And just to be clear, can that be utilized with an actual firearm?
Or you could shoot it with a regular firearm, but it'll destroy it. But no, it's designed specifically to use that laser to record where you're hitting the target.
Now, can I have slide 66, please? That's still Mr. Caneiro's bedroom, correct? Paul Caneiro's bedroom?
Yes.
And you talked about something else that was located there, correct?
Yes.
And what was that?
Another handgun. I thought it was.
Let me show you S-181.
Can we just approach the
Sure. Lieutenant, I showed you what's marked as S-181, correct?
Yes.
And what is this again?
It's a 6-hour P228 semi-automatic handgun from the drawer in the built-in front center bedroom. So Mr. Paul Caneiro's bedroom.
Okay, what's the type of vehicle? Weapon?
It's a 6-hour P228.
Okay. Now, can you open that?
Can you possibly hold that up? And Lieutenant, has that been made safe previously?
Yes.
And there's no magazine in there, correct?
No, there's
It's
not.
not loaded.
Yes, sir.
Is that fairly and accurately restricted? Is that the gun that you recovered from the drawer in Mr. Caneiro's bedroom as depicted in the slide that we looked at?
Yes.
I don't think we looked at a slide.
Oh. Can I have slide 66? Slide 67, I'm sorry. We didn't look at that. Now, what's depicted in that photograph?
That would be the handgun that I just displayed.
And that is found where?
In the Mr. Paul Caneiro's bedroom in a drawer in a built-in.
Now, go back on page, sorry. Ultimately, did that conclude the seizure of evidence on November 21st in the second floor of the 27 Tilton House?
Yes.
Okay. And did you then proceed to another location? Okay. And where was that?
I believe it was the basement.
Now, I'm not going to belabor this. I know we've seen many of these, but can I have slide 85? You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that just show right there?
That's the basement stairs. They're leading upstairs. You're in the basement. To the right would be the unfinished portion of the basement, and then to the left would be the partially finished portion.
Can I have slide 91, please? What are we looking at there?
So that's the unfinished portion of the basement where I'm standing towards the front of it, where that entrance was I was just describing.
Okay, and just with respect to what we looked at previously, did you conduct a search on the finished side of the basement?
Yes.
Were any items of evidential value were they seized, located and seized there?
Yes.
And what was that?
I believe they were some financial records.
Okay. Now, with respect to the unfinished side that we're looking at here in slide 91, did you conduct a search of the entirety of that unfinished side?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, I guess let me just show slide number 92. What is this area?
So this is, I guess in the foreground of it is the top of a workbench, and then that's the slotted board that's on the wall directly behind it.
Okay. Can I have slide 95, please? What do we see here, Lieutenant?
So those would be assorted rifles and magazines against the wall, and that would be located to the right of that workbench. To the left in this photo were ultrasonic gun cleaners, then the workbench would be right to the other side of that, to the left of that.
What's an ultrasonic gun cleaner?
So it's a device used to clean firearms. It's filled with solution. The firearms are placed inside of it, and then through sound waves, they're ultrasonically cleaned through cavitation. So that solution will permeate the handgun in places that like a brush can't traditionally get to and clean it.
Okay. And if you're looking at the photo, up in the right-hand corner, there's like an area of something that appears to be black.
Yes.
What's that?
I described it as a flak jacket or a bulletproof vest.
And just next to it, what are those?
Those are to the left, sir.
Yes, sir.
Above are what I described as long guns.
Okay.
So the rifle, shotguns, the sort like that.
And above the rifles and shotguns, like what are those things?
Those are various magazines.
Okay.
So those would hold ammunition.
Now,
In slide 95, next to what you described as the flak jacket and bulletproof vest, I'm pointing at something. What is that?
Those are paper targets.
Okay. And what are paper targets?
So those are used in at a shooting range, so you can shoot them.
shoot and shoot. Just a target that you shoot.
Just target you shoot.
Can I have slide 119? What are we looking at?
It's just a close-up photograph of all the magazines and some of the long guns.
Slide 93. What do we see here?
It's a partially burnt box of nitrile gloves.
What color were they?
Black.
Slide 94. What are we looking at in this photo?
Partially burnt nitrile gloves
Okay, and where were they located?
on the workbench.
There's slide 9. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S194. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Got any of that?
It's a large mass of nitrile gloves from the basement workbench at 27 Tilton Drive.
Is that display just so that can be seen?
So they can be seen without actually handling them. Some of them have some heat damage to them.
And then I'm going to show you S185. You recognize it?
Yes,
What are those?
it's a partially burnt box of gloves plus black nitrile large gloves from the workbench.
Is that, what's in that bag there? Is that the same thing we saw in that slide that was 93 just previously?
It was 93, yes. We just saw it. Yes,
That's slide 93 right there.
yes,
And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as S186.
yes.
What is that?
The nitrile gloves from the basement workbench. Again, packaged so everybody can see it without handling it.
Slide 91, please. We've looked at this, but was there anything physically within this photograph that ultimately was became significant or was searched by you at that time?
Yes,
What was that?
it would be a gray metal locker.
Now, when you encountered that gray metal locker, was it secured in any way?
Yes, it was.
How was it secured?
By a shrouded padlock.
Okay. And what's a shrouded padlock?
So it's a padlock with the extra security. The shackle part, the loop, is protected by extra metal. It helps prevent tampering and makes it very difficult to break in.
Were you able to get into it?
Eventually, yes.
How'd you do that?
Bolt cutters.
Can I have slide 98, please? What do we see here in slide 98?
So that's that metal locker opened, and that's the contents of one of the shelves.
And what do we see in there?
Directly in front, you'll see 1, 2, 3. It's like 7 handguns that are attached to the back wall, a blue training pistol in the foreground, some holsters, magazines with ammunition, and other assorted ammunition above it, the red boxes. Then you'll have ammo cans, metal cans at the top shelf on the left, and then underneath that, the bottom shelf there's another assorted metal ammunition cans.
Sounds stupid. What goes into the metal ammunition cans?
In this particular case, ammunition.
Boxes or assorted rounds?
Some of them were boxes, I believe. Some of them were just assorted loose ammunition.
I have slide 99. What do we see here?
That's that shelf directly below all the firearms, and then you'll see 4 ammunition cans, and they're all labeled. On the left is 45 ACP. Now moving to the right, the next one over is 9mm. The next one over that to the right says 9mm at the bottom, and then above it says 124 green, and then all the way to the right, 9mm, and then above that subsonic, and then in this picture I can't read the 2 labels underneath the 9mm.
Okay. What is subsonic? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Is it related to the ammunition that's inside?
I believe so.
Slide 100. What do we see here?
And that's the shelf directly below that. You'll see, it looks like 4 ammo cans in this picture, but there are more behind it. The one on the left is .223 Remington, REM. The next one is partially obscured. It looks like MK262 Mod 1. The one to the right of that is XM855. And then again, repeating to the ammo can to the right of that is XM855. And then below that, you'll have 2 larger ammunition cans. One says 7.62 by 51. And then the one to the right is 9mm.
Thank you. Now, were any of the handguns or the firearms that you located in the basement of 27 from, were they seized?
Yes, they were.
What ultimately was done with the handguns?
They were packaged and then sent to the New Jersey State Police Ballistics Lab for testing.
I just want to show you S187. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a black semi-automatic Glock 19 handgun, 9mm.
Okay. And has it been made safe?
Yes, it is.
Okay, it is. Can we open it? Is that a fair representation of what was located, one of the guns that was located in the basement of 27 Tilton Drive?
Yes.
Again, this gun has been made safe, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there S-188 in front of you?
Yes.
What's that?
That would be a Glock 17 9mm handgun, semi-automatic handgun.
What's Glock?
Well, it's a brand of firearm.
And with respect to the last item in this item, is there any visible damage to these weapons?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that, if you know?
It looks like rust and heat damage.
And that locker wasn't completely enclosed, correct?
No, it was not.
Let me show you what the mark is S-189 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a Springfield Armory Model 1911 A1 handgun, semi-automatic.
What's in the box? Is that what you ultimately recovered from 27 Tilton in the basement?
Yes.
And from that gun locker?
Yes.
Okay. And again, has this weapon been safe?
Yes, it has.
Okay. Just what's in the box is the way that you found it?
Yes.
Okay. Show you S-190 identification. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a unknown model or serial number handgun with wooden grips.
Yes, please. Can you just pull that up?
Try not to unsettle.
And it's unloaded, it doesn't have a magazine,
That's
correct?
correct.
I'm going to show you S-191. If you can tell us what that is.
It's a Colt handgun with black grips, Colt +2, unknown serial number caliber.
That's all. So this Colt semi-automatic handgun again, safe, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you whether or not you seized two separate 6-hour P228 and 229 handguns from that locker.
Yes.
First, show you what's been marked as S-192. You recognize it?
Yes, it did.
What is it?
6-hour P229 semi-automatic handgun.
Okay, it's seized from where?
The basement of 27 Tilton Drive.
Can you open up and just show us what it looks like? Again, is that safe?
It is safe.
No magazine?
No, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as S-194.
Yes, sir.
You recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
That's a 6-hour P228 semi-automatic handgun recovered from the basement.
And does that box indicate whether or not you located a serial number?
Yes.
And what is the serial number?
Serial number was recorded as B as in Bravo, 233959.
Now, that weapon, as well as all the other handguns that you discussed, were they sent to the state police for examination?
Yes.
Can you just show us what that gun looks like?
And then the opposite side.
I just want to be clear. The weapons that you took from the gun locker, were they lawfully owned?
I believe they were.
I'll show you S-194. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's an ammo can labeled subsonic containing, at the time of collection, 13 boxes of Fiocchi 9mm Luger 158 grain full metal jacket center fired cartridges.
Now, what's in this container, is it consistent with what we see in slide 100 that's in front of you?
No. This is
Okay.
you gotta go back.
Slide 99. Sorry. Is it consistent with anything we see in slide 99?
Yes,
Okay, which one?
the far right one. It says subsonic 9mm.
Can you just open that up? I'm not going to bring up any more. Can you possibly hold that up?
It's right to stand up?
Sure.
Are you able to open that? What's in there?
Right now, 12 boxes of Fiocchi ammunition.
Now, was there always 12 in there?
No.
And why not?
At the time of collection, there were 13. Later on a different day, we received a request from the State Police Ballistics Unit to provide them with a sample ammunition, specifically a Fiocchi 9mm. So I took one box of 50 cartridges out and sent that to the lab for their testing.
Just for purposes of clarity, let me show you what the mark is S351. Recognize what that is?
Yes. Sir, put it away.
Yes.
Toward my back there.
Now, turn up slide 95, please. Now, I just want to be clear with respect to 95. I know you testified about this, but did you ultimately seize the weapons that are depicted in slide 95?
Yes,
And were they placed in evidence?
they were.
Do they remain in evidence?
Yes, they did.
Now, without actually going through them, did you document in your report the weapons that were seized?
Yes, I did.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S129 for identification. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, I did.
What is it?
My technical report?
Okay. And did you list all the weapons that were seized from that area?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also put them on something else when you took them from the property?
Yes.
And what would that be?
An evidence property receipt?
Could you just generally provide us with what those weapons were?
Sure. The long guns?
Yes.
They were ultimately identified as one of them being a precision firearms model PF-15B multi-caliber rifle. The serial numbers and assorted accessories with them. A Savage Arms Rascal 22 SL and LR caliber rifle. A Strom Ruger and Company ranch rifle 2-3 caliber. A Gamo air rifle. A wooden stock rifle with bayonet and Savage leather strap. A Browning BBR 30-06 rifle. A Benelli Supernova 12-gauge shotgun. Ruger Model 10/22 caliber rifle. A Colt AR-15A2 Sporter 2 22-3 caliber rifle. Action Arms Uzi Model 45 ACP caliber semi-automatic rifle. A black AR-15 type rifle with a palmetto bolt. Black AR-15 type rifle with a L3 EOTech sight foregrip and Streamlight TRL3 weapon mounted light. A black AR-15 type rifle with Trijicon ACOG sights, Streamlight TRL1 weapon mounted light and forward hand grip. A short AR-15 type rifle with a Sig Sauer Romeo 5 sight. A taupe colored AR-15 type rifle with L3 EOTech sights, and a black AR-15 type rifle. No make, model, serial number, or caliber visible. And that would be it. Sorry.
Now, Did you also seize, the handgun magazines and the like?
Yes.
And did you also seize, you can keep the report if you need it, just please let us know.
Yes, sir.
Did you seize all the other firearm-related accessories?
Yes,
In that area?
yes, I did, sir.
Did that include ammunition?
Yes.
And magazines?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you locate any other weapons in the area of the basement?
Yes, I did.
And can you just describe what that?
In one of the drawers of the workbench, there was various knives located in there.
Can I have slide 104, please? And what's in that photograph?
The various knives I was just describing.
Okay, what did you do with that?
I collected them all. For convenient purposes, I just repurposed whatever I could find in the basement, as far as bags, bins, things like that, to collect everything and then bring it all out and eventually transport it to our office to really inventory and thoroughly search in a controlled environment.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S214 for identification. You recognize what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
So that's a bag that I repurposed that I found in the basement to put all of the contents of that drawer into.
Okay, so what's in the bag here, S214 is all depicted in slide 104?
Yes.
Okay. And this is, what's this?
That's just a tag I placed on it, one to ensure that nobody goes into it without me knowing. So it's a red tag through the zippers. Also on it is my identification of the case number and the inventory control number that it's assigned. There's also a tag, a manila tag that's attached to the straps of the bag, and it's got my evidence label and my handwriting with the case number and inventory number on it as well.
Just going to approach and show you what the marked S195 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's one box of Fiocchi 9mm Luger, 158 grain full metal jacket center fire cartridges from the ammo can.
And then S196,
Yes.
what's that?
It's one box of Fiocchi 9mm Luger, 158 grain full metal jacket center fire cartridges, partially burnt and melted with missing cartridges from the basement.
Okay. Now, S195 that you just previously described, you talked about that being a box of Fiocchi ammunition, correct?
Yes.
Now, there's a yellow sticker on there, correct?
Yes.
What does that represent?
That's a label given by the state police lab.
Okay. And does it have a New Jersey State Police case number?
Yes, it does.
Does it have a New Jersey State Ballistics item number?
Yes.
Okay, what's the item number?
Item number 21.
Is this what you gave to the ballistics unit for purposes of test firing?
Yes.
Okay, you said that previously, correct?
Yes, I did.
Can I, we're talking about those last items. Can I see slide 102? What do we see here?
So that's that ammo can I spoke about previously with it opened, and one of the boxes of ammunition opened up, so we could see the head stamps on the cartridges inside.
Okay, slide 103. What do we see here?
That's a close-up photograph of the head stamps that are on the cartridges.
Okay, when you say head stamp, what's a head stamp?
So it's a mark given by the manufacturer to identify, generally speaking, the manufacturer and the caliber.
And can you make out the head stamp of the ammunition that's depicted in slide 103?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a GFL, G period, F period, L period, and then 10, and then 9x19.
Now, as far as ammunition goes, I'm not going to show you all the ammunition from the basement, but are you able to estimate the amount or the number of rounds that were located?
Yeah, generally, yes.
And how would you do that?
Well, in this particular can, each box contains 50 cartridges. So there's 12 of them, originally 13. So that's 650. And then you multiply, then you can do the math that way. Multiply it by the number of cans and the sizes. So I would estimate over a couple thousand. It's hard to really quantify with all the loose ammunition that was located as well. So.
Just going to approach and show you what's been marked as S-225 for identification. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes,
What is it?
that was a flak jacket that I found in the basement that I described as a flak jacket.
What's the purpose of it?
It's a bulletproof vest, I believe.
Let me show you what's been marked as S-222 for identification. Recognize what that is?
A small plastic bin with 6 magazines and 11 unfinished lowers from the basement of 1210 Drive.
And some of what's contained in here, has it been contained in photographs we've seen thus far?
Yes.
Okay. And S-226?
It's a blue bin labeled spare phones with 2 cell phones, 2 cases, battery, USB cord, a Nokia manual from the basement of 27 Tilton.
Now, ultimately, did you identify, was there a point in time where you had identified, located, as well as seized items of potential evidential value in the basement? Is there a point in time when that concluded at least for that period of time?
Yes.
Was there, were you asked at any point in time, or did you choose at any point in time to document something about the Porsche Macan?
Yes.
Okay. When was that done, if you recall?
I don't recall it. Later on, I started multiple times actually throughout the course of the day. I was going to execute the search warrant of the car, and then I paused it. I began it, paused it, and then later on that evening, I reinitiated the search again.
Okay. And did you ultimately document the Macan in nighttime conditions?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how'd you document that?
With the photograph.
Can I have slide 122, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What does that show?
That's the rear of the Porsche Macan in the driveway of 27 Tilton, parked as it was when I left it the day before. In this particular case, the lights are on along with the fog light.
Did you know anything about the license plate?
Yes.
What was that?
It's a dealer plate. Our dealer plate.
Slide 123. Recognize that?
Yes.
What's that, Chuck?
It's the same photograph, not the exact same photograph, but it's the same subject of the photograph, just with different settings on the camera to better illustrate it.
And then finally, slide 124 of S1A. Is that essentially the same picture?
Essentially, yes.
And was there a reason you were documenting the rear lights?
Yes.
Why was that?
Mainly because I was asked to. I believe it had something to do with relation to video.
Now, during the course of efforts to search that vehicle, I know we talked about it yesterday, but did you seize anything on November 20th?
From the vehicle?
From the vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, on November 21st, 2008, did you actually search the vehicle?
Yes.
Was there a point in time that you located an item of evidential value in the rear of the vehicle?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you what's been marked as 419. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
So that's a photograph of a piece of black nitrile glove that I found on the floor of the rear passenger compartment behind the driver's door. Behind the driver's seat.
Behind the driver's seat, driver's side. But in the back.
Driver's side, on the back, on the floor.
Okay. Now I want to draw your attention to Friday, November 23rd, 2018.
Yes,
That was the day after Thanksgiving.
yes, sir.
Now, was there a point in time when you ultimately found yourself led to a certain area in the basement?
Yes,
Okay. And as a result of that search and those efforts to that area, did you locate potential items of evidential value?
yes.
And where was that we're talking about?
So it would be near the, if you recall, the basement, that unfinished area along the back wall where the window well was, there's a dresser. Just in front of that dresser, there was a chair with the sort of debris and feathers and the like. So I was started searching that area.
Now, can I have slide 105, the best one there? And what does that show?
That was just what I was describing. You'll see the window well with the fire hoses coming out of it. Coming into it, I should say, the dresser. And then if you go look towards the ground and then just towards the forward, you'll see the pile of feathers. That's what I'm talking about there.
Okay. Can I have slide 106, please? What do we see here?
That's charring of the floor joists above and then the basement window well.
Okay, 107. Same area?
Same area.
108. Now, could you just circle for us the area of interest that you focused on Friday, November 23rd? Can we preserve that, please?
Yeah, that's slide 108.1. That's S1A.
Thank you, Joe. I'm just like, I think you can undo that. I think it's appropriate. 112, please. What are we looking at here?
So this is as I'm searching that pile. How I did that was whatever was loose, I looked through, examined it, moved it to the side. And then as we started getting through that pile itself, things were either melted or frozen together. Up until that point, the electricity and the gas was shut off to the home. It had a lot of water still from the firefighting efforts. And the temperatures over those last few days, especially overnight, were below freezing. So a lot of this was frozen, this area.
Okay. So had you seen this area or had you been in this area prior to Friday, November 23rd?
Just to do my overall photographs.
Now you focus on this area.
I should back up. On the that night of the 22nd, when we were doing the search, we did not get all the way through that section. We did it systematically, starting from the left as soon as you walked in and went around. So we, in essence, haven't gotten to that point yet.
Okay.
And then we stopped Thanksgiving, and then we resumed on the Friday.
Okay. So I guess next slide 110. Now that photo, is that essentially the way you encountered the pile originally?
Originally, yes.
Can you just, I know you started to say it, but can you tell us exactly like how you went about searching that area?
That particular pile, or just that area. It was just a systematic search, layer by layer, starting from the top, the outermost, and then slowly working our way through it. We would pull a piece off, examine it. If it didn't have anything of evidential value, we would move it to the side and just continue that way through that pile, slowly and systematically.
Now, I think you said at some point you encountered some items that were frozen. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you decide to potentially move what was there to somewhere else?
Yes.
And why was that?
Just the condition of the basement. It was dark, cold, really a lack of light. I wanted to take it somewhere where I had a little bit more room to separate it out. So what I did was I put it in a very large evidence bag. I brought it into the driveway to let it get some sunlight while it was still in the bag, hopefully speed up the thawing process so I continued to search. And then I went and did some more searching down in the basement. And after about 20 minutes, I went back to it, brought it into the garage, laid out some paper on the garage floor, and then I resumed searching through it.
And at some point in time, did you locate anything that you potentially deemed to be evidential?
Yes.
And what was that first observation?
It was a pair of jeans, and we had a reddish-brown staining, which I initially thought was blood. And then there were some rubber gloves also I saw in there.
Okay, and at that point in time, you said you thought it was blood, correct?
Yes.
Now, you don't make that ultimate determination, correct?
No.
Okay, that item or any item with blood on it ultimately go somewhere, right?
Yes,
And where would that be?
the New Jersey State Police lab.
I mean, did that item ultimately go there in this case?
Yes.
You locate the jeans, you make your observations, do you continue to search? How's that work?
In this particular case with this item, I just stopped my search at that point. Because of the condition of everything, I felt it was best and prudent to just package it the way it was and then send it to the lab.
Just want to look at slide 114, please. You recognize what that is?
Yes,
What is that?
that's what I just described, some gloves in the center of that photograph. To the left would be the jeans, and then to the right of the gloves was what turned out to be a gray t-shirt.
Can you put an S on the t-shirt? Can you put an S for shirt on the t-shirt? Can you put a G on the gloves? Then can you put a J on the jeans? Now, the observation here, the photograph you take was that from the garage?
No, I misspoke. I initially saw this while it was still in the basement.
Okay.
That was one of the determining factors. I needed to bring it upstairs.
So you then brought it up, you brought it outside, and you ultimately brought it to the garage.
Yes.
And what's it laid out on in the garage?
They didn't have lab paper with me, so I took a bunch of evidence bags that were unused, and I laid them out on the garage for protection.
I wanted to go to slide 115, please. I'm sorry. Thank you.
So that would be 114.1.
Slide 115. What are we looking at here?
So this is now back at our lab at the prosecutor's office, controlled environment, where I was able to separate a little bit more so I could take additional photographs.
Now, so was there a point in time when you may have said it, but that you kind of stopped separating and searching?
Yes, that's correct.
Why was that again?
I felt it was more prudent with the condition of the articles that it be done at the lab.
Now, so the black nitrile gloves that you're talking about in the photos we just looked at, did you do anything to determine, at least visually, like, did they appear to be consistent with other gloves that were found in the basement?
I mean, they did, yes.
And we discussed previously for instance, S184 you identified previously as like a massive nitrile gloves.
Yes.
Found where?
In the basement in 2017.
The gloves that were in the pile, did they appear visually to be consistent with these?
Yes, they did.
Can I just have slide 116? And again, can you tell us what that is?
And so those are the jeans at the top. In the center would be the gloves, and then below that would be a gray t-shirt.
Now, just want to show you what's been marked as 273 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes,
So what is that?
that's the picture of the whole thing.
Generally, is that an email?
Yes, it is.
Now the picture, do you recognize the picture that's depicted in that email?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that show?
So that shows the basement facing south. To the right in this photograph are the French doors leading into the unfinished area at the bottom of the stairs. And then as you continue to the left in the photograph is metal shelving, a pile of what looks like blankets, and then all the way to the left would be a wooden dresser.
Can we publish S273 again? Now, Lieutenant, is that what we just talked about? What's on the screen?
Yes, sir.
S273?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and again, we talked about that photograph, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same photograph on the screen that you just looked at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you indicated that you recognize that area?
Yes.
And is that in the area of that basement window?
Yes.
Can I just have slide 110, sorry. And you identified that photo previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
You took it, right?
Yes, I did.
Now, can you explain the correlation between that photo and the picture from the email we just looked at?
Yes. To the right would be the door frame. You see the doors. Directly ahead would be that pile of blanketing. Behind that would be the metal shelving. And then to the left, you'll see on the floor level like a yellow bin lid that's resting up against the wooden dresser.
I just want to also show you slide 91. Again, you took that photo, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you talk about that earlier?
Yes.
And what do we see in the photo? Just generally.
Generally, it's pretty much standing with where I was at the previous picture, but just looking north now, an overall photograph of the unfinished side of the basement.
What is on the left of the photo if you're looking at it?
Would be the workbench to the left, and then beyond that would be those ultrasonic gun cleaners I spoke about, and then to the right of that, the tall gray metal locker.
I'm going to show you S274. Okay. Is that another email?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
yes, I do.
Have you seen it before?
Yes, I have.
Is there a photo in there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Can you publish S274? There we go. Do you recognize what's on the screen right now?
Yes.
What does that show?
So that shows on the
I'm
left
sorry,
hand.
straight there. Does it show a person?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you describe the area?
The area to the left would be the workbench. A little bit beyond that, towards the top of the photograph, are those two ultrasonic gun cleaners. And then to the right, you'll see the bottom portion of that metal locker with that lattice pattern in the front.
Go back that one screen. Now, Lieutenant, when we were talking about different days and different efforts on different days at 27 Tilton, how was the scene kept when you and others left for the night?
So from the time we left on the very first day, the 20th, it remained in the custody of the Ocean Township Police Department. They maintained seat security until the scene was ultimately released on Saturday. I don't know the exact date of that, but that's on Saturday.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do, Mr. Decker, with that, we're going to take our 15-minute break at this point in time. I'm going to give you 20 minutes just to make sure that, because we keep changing your eyesight with dark light, extra minute or two may be helpful. So why don't you enjoy your break. Please don't discuss this case. Don't do any.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, I think, just to recap, you ultimately let the lab take care of the separation of items. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, did you, I think you started to say, but how did you package items that were originally located in that area?
Originally, as one item, wrapped in paper, butcher paper or lab paper, and then placed in a large paper evidence bag, sealed, and then marked.
Now, you said that at some point the evidence taken from that area was sent to the New Jersey State Police Lab. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Just one of the parts of trade with the market. That's Ward 17 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a evidence delivery receipt to the Central Region Lab, New Jersey State Police in Hamilton.
Okay, does it contain any of the evidence that we were discussing?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically, does it have your item number and essentially the state police item number?
Yes.
Okay, and what items are we looking at on that receipt?
This one, the item number, state police item number is 40. My department item number is 12-1. And then it says a code for where it was recovered from. And then the description is one envelope containing biological specimens, question, label located on the interior waistband of jeans, NJSP sub-item number 6-1 from pile of chart articles with biological staining from the basement of 27 Tilton Drive. And then it originally came from my item number 18-0861-1-6, previously part of lab item number 6. And then the other two items, do you want me to describe as well?
Sure, just briefly.
Briefly. State Police item number 41. My department item is 14-1. It's one paper bag containing biological specimens. Questioned long sleeve Eddie Bauer thermal shirt, dark gray, size tall XL. And then item number 42. My item is 14-6. And then it's a biological specimen questioned, black and gray sock with gold toe and melted yellow plastic, separated from item number 18-861-1-5.
Does it indicate who took that evidence to the lab?
Yes,
And who did that?
it was delivered by Detective Stephen Vogt from the prosecutor's office.
Okay. And is he someone that you work with?
Yes.
Okay. Was he involved in this investigation?
As far as 27 Tilton, no. He was assigned to handle 15 Willow.
Okay. I'm just going to show you S411 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes,
And what is that?
that's again New Jersey State Police evidence receipt to the delivering evidence to the Central Regional Lab in Hamilton.
Okay. And does it talk about any of the items that we discussed from that southeast corner of the basement?
Yes.
And what items do we talk about?
Item number 5, New Jersey State Police item number 5, in my department item number 5. One paper bag containing biological specimens questioned, pile of charred clothing with potential biological staining. And then item number 6, State Police item number 6, my item number 6, one paper bag containing a pile of charred articles with biological staining.
Lieutenant, what was the number on that?
The exhibit number?
Yes, please.
S411.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm going to show you first what's been marked as 231B. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
So that was part of that initial pile I was talking about. It's got my evidence label on it, pile of charred articles with biological staining from the basement of 27 Tilton.
So one of the items sent to the state police was a pile, you described it as a pile of charred articles?
Yeah, I couldn't really describe without separating everything. So since I didn't separate everything, I just kind of kept it very general as that.
Just to show you what's been marked as S231C. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what is this?
This was a part of that pile initially after it came back from the state police lab. They were in parts. So this is one of the parts. What's in it is part of the bedding, blankets, some paper towels, other melted plastic, parts of jeans that are adhered to it.
So we see some, you said paper towels, correct?
Yes,
And then we see some yellow material in here.
yes,
Did you draw any conclusions, at least in your head, as to what those represented?
yes.
And what was that?
The melted lid,
The yellow lid that we just discussed?
yes. And for display purposes here, they were all sent back. And then because they were all loose, we packaged them each individually in, I guess, 5 separate packages for display purposes.
Just going to show you S231. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes,
And what is that?
that's the evidence bag that I packaged everything in to send to the lab for that specific item.
And then S231B.
Would be all the lab paper that the articles were wrapped in either by me or the one when it came back from the state police lab. It's got their lab numbers on it, initials where the seals were placed in, and the lab sticker
Okay.
identifying the number.
And this yellow sticker is what?
It's the lab barcode,
Okay, which lab?
the New Jersey State Police.
Just going to show you S235. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what is it?
So it's an evidence bag for my item number 1-5. On it's got my evidence label, my markings for the case number, lab item number, and then it's going to have at the very bottom here, it's the debris that was left over. And then the wrapping, the butcher paper, the lab paper that was wrapped in.
This would be from the pile of charred clothing.
1-5 specifically is going to be a pile of charred clothing with potential biological stainings, yes. So referring to S411, the record.
Now, you talked about jeans that were located, correct?
Yes.
And were these, what you said, were they part of what was sent to the New Jersey State Police lab?
Yes.
Okay, for purposes of testing?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as S232. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay, are there,
There's a lot here.
so there's a lot here. Could you explain what a lot here is?
At the very bottom, it's going to be my evidence bag. Once it was returned from the state police, we had to account for it because it was a separate item. So I put it in its own evidence bag. And in that evidence bag, the jeans were in butcher paper with subsamples. And then throughout the course of this investigation over the months, they were opened, photographed, repackaged, things like that. And in preparation of the trial, they were mounted on this display board.
Now, there's some white tags on the jeans, correct?
Yes.
And what are those represented, if you know?
Those are areas of testing that were done by the New Jersey State Police.
Okay. So you didn't agree with those, correct?
No.
Now, again, this is heat sealed, correct?
Yes.
And this is, the presentation as it stands today is for purposes of, so people could see it. Is that
Yes.
right? Now, was there a point in time that you were provided with information that the lab located something in these jeans?
Yes.
What was that?
Live cartridge, unfired cartridge. Bullet.
Bullet?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you what's been marked with S241. Ask if you recognize what that is.
Yes.
What is it?
So I have it described as a NJSP lab item number 6-4, which was the live round from the jeans.
You referenced a T-shirt earlier, correct?
Yes.
In one of the photographs that we saw.
Yes.
Was that something that went to the lab?
Yes, it did.
Let me show you what's been marked as S231E. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That's the Eddie Bauer gray short sleeve T-shirt.
Is this the item that part of what you delivered to the lab?
Yes. And all of this packaging is consistent with everything else. My own evidence bag, the lab paper from the lab with seals, and then mounted on the display board and heat sealed for presentation purposes.
And again, there's also some other tags that are on this shirt, correct?
Yes.
And they came from where?
The New Jersey State Police lab.
Did they reference any case, or item numbers and or item sub numbers?
Yes.
Okay, and they came from where?
The New Jersey State Police lab.
You referenced some gloves that were located in the pile, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you specifically itemize the gloves or did you do something else?
At the time, kept with the pile and sent to the lab.
I'm just going to approach and show you what they marked as S233 identification. Do you recognize this?
Yeah.
How do you recognize it?
It's got the lab number on it. Yeah, so the lab number.
Okay. Do you see any markings on these items?
Yes, I do.
And what are those again?
Those are areas of interest that were marked on them by the lab, New Jersey State Police lab.
So these markings, here we got a circular tab, we got a square with some writing in another circle.
Yes,
And those came from,
State Police lab.
okay.
On these other labels, I just noticed it's got my case number on it as well.
To be clear, what is your case number? Just
And well, we had two separate case numbers. This one is MCP 18-00780. We also had case number MCP 18-00782. Initially, our first submission, I submitted everything under 782 case number. And then the Colts neck end of it was submitted under 780 until they were scientifically linked. We kept everything separate.
When you say scientifically linked, is it fair to say that there were items from Colts Neck and from Ocean that were compared to one another?
At some point, yes, there were.
Let me show you what's been marked as S234. See that?
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
Those are additional gloves
Okay. Found where?
inside that pile.
Okay. And is there a variety of case delineating information here?
Yes.
From whom?
From the New Jersey State Police Lab?
Okay. Does it have your case number on it?
Yes, it does.
Great.
The 780, I believe 780.
And these gloves here, they were sent to the state police for potential DNA testing?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll show you what the mark is. S236. You recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
So that's a like a long sleeve Eddie Bauer thermal shirt.
Okay. And is there an associated, some other bags that are associated with the shirt?
Yes.
Okay, and they represent what?
Just like the other ones, my bag with my case identifiers on it, lab paper from the state police lab or mine. Both of them were from the state police lab. There's a subsample on that package, the first package.
Okay.
The one you're holding with your right hand. And this one is the actual shirt. Heat sealed, mounted for display purposes.
Are there any markings on either side of the shirt?
Yes.
And what we're looking at here, do you see like a label here, the shirt?
Yes, I do. The clearance.
Does that say Eddie Bauer?
Yes, sir, it does. Eddie Bauer, and then the size is tall XL.
Now, there's a label right here, correct?
Yes.
And what is that representing?
Something of interest by the New Jersey State Police.
Now, amongst the items that are found in that southeast corner of the basement, was there a point in time that you identified a scarf?
Yes.
Okay. And was that ultimately sent for some forensic testing?
Ultimately, yes.
Now, prior to it being sent for testing, what did you do with it?
Initially photographed it and then conducted a visual exam.
When you conducted a visual exam, did you make any observations?
Yes.
And what did you observe?
Multiple defects into it, meaning marks that appeared to be like cuts in them, and then multiple free hair or fibers.
Let's just show you. That's 1A. Slide 161. Do you recognize that, Lieutenant?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the black Brooks Brothers scarf.
And can I slide 162? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
That's the label.
Can I have slide 163? What are we looking at there, Lieutenant?
Those were those defects that I had noted. The yellow, those yellow triangles are just kind of like evidence markers, just trying to draw your attention to what was in the photo.
And you talked about defects in the scarf that you observed, correct?
Yes.
Are they represented, at least in part, in that photograph?
Yes. So behind them, I placed some white paper to help with some contrast so you can see them a little clearer.
Okay. And again, did you locate anything else physically upon the scarf that was of interest to you?
Some hair and fibers, and then there was some unknown type staining I couldn't identify.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as S237. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that, Sheriff?
That's the Brooks Brothers scarf we were just talking about?
Is this contain some evidence bags and samples and the like?
Yes,
Okay, and they came from where?
New Jersey State Police Lab.
Okay. Now, show you what the mark is S238 for identification. That should be recognized what that is.
Yes.
What is it?
The hair or fiber A, that I identified as A, removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf.
Can I have slide 162 again? Sorry. Go forward, sorry. Okay, what are we looking at on the screen? I think we
So that's a scale with the letter adhesive scale A, and then you'll see in the center of the photograph, though it's blurry, a hair or fiber.
Okay, and there's an A there, correct?
Yes,
What does that represent?
it's just a marking so we can identify it visually.
Okay, does that correlate to what's in S238?
Yes,
Okay, and that would be, you described as being hair fiber A, correct?
yes.
Okay, I'm just going to show you S239 for identification. You recognize that,
Yes, I did.
and what is it?
Hair fiber B, removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf.
Okay, and who removed it?
I did.
Okay, and where were they taken to?
Ultimately to the New Jersey State Police Lab for testing.
And S240, do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is it?
hair fiber C, removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf.
And again, sent out for forensic testing?
Yes.
Now, just earlier, I wanted to circle back for a second, show you S230.
For identification. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the small piece of black glove from the rear passenger floor, driver's side.
Okay, and is there any markings on that within that envelope?
Yes.
And what are those markings?
Markings by the New Jersey State Police Lab.
Okay, and does that represent the square that's in there with the handwriting?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention back to November 23rd, 2018, approximately 8:50 p.m. Did you have any contact with Paul Caneiro?
Yes.
And what was the reason for that?
To obtain a buccal swab control sample, so DNA control sample from him, and to obtain additional photographs.
Just going to show you what the mark.
That's one S242.
Just have 1 moment.
Sure. That's it. Okay, thank you.
Finish.
Just going to show you what the mark is S242 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the buccal swab control sample from Paul Caneiro.
Okay, and who took that?
I did.
Okay, from?
Mr. Caneiro.
Okay.
Paul Caneiro.
And were there photographs taken at that point in time?
Yes.
Can I just have slide 154, please?
Tracy, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a photograph that you took?
Yes.
And the point of that photograph is what?
Just to document injuries that I observed.
Slide 155. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's Mr. Paul Caneiro's left hand.
Have you photographed that previously at a different location?
Yes.
I have slide 156. What do you see there?
That would be a photograph of one of Mr. Caneiro's knees with a scale for some bruising that I observed that I attempted to photograph.
And slide 157. What do you see there?
Again, a photograph of Mr. Caneiro, I believe, with one of his lower extremities with what appeared to be bruising.
And then lastly, is that 158? Let me see that.
That's the side of Mr. Caneiro's right foot with some bruising as well.
Now, on or about November 26, 2018, did someone take the handguns and maybe some other evidence to the state police ballistic lab for potential testing?
Yes.
Do you recall if that was done by you or someone else?
I believe that was done by somebody else.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S350 for identification. See if you recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a ballistics unit evidence receipt from the New Jersey State Police Lab.
Okay, what is it? Does it indicate that items have been delivered there?
Yes.
And what type of items?
The ballistics lab was all of the handguns that were recovered in the basement of 27 Tilton, along with the gun barrel and the unknown firearm parts from the book bag of the Kaya.
And does it say who delivered that?
Yes.
And who did it?
Detective Vogt?
Do you work with Detective Vogt?
I do.
You talked about it previously?
Yes, sir. I do.
Now, just for purposes of clarity, just let's show you S349. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a New Jersey State Police ballistics unit evidence receipt.
And it indicates
The delivery, I'm sorry, the delivery of evidence to the lab.
Okay. Now, is that different type of ballistic evidence?
A different type, yes.
And where is that from?
This was from 15 Willowbrook Road. It also has a different case number and a different lab number that was assigned because we were treating them separately. It's two different incidents.
Now, was there a point in time when you took a buccal swab or a DNA sample from another individual?
Yes.
And who was that?
His name was Sean Edson.
And who's he?
He was a volunteer firefighter for one of the local fire companies that assisted with 27 Tilton.
Why was the buccal swab taken from him?
We had located two areas of blood staining, one at the front door and one in the foyer. It was ultimately determined that he had injured himself while fighting the fire, and we had identified those stains as coming from him.
When you said you identified you potentially identified the stains as belonging to him, is that accurate?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. Just for purposes of that, did you swab those areas where the firefighter may have drawn blood?
Yes,
And were those swabs sent anywhere for testing?
yes.
Where?
New Jersey State Police Lab.
I just want to show you S245. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a swab of biological staining from the left side of the front door frame, 27 Tilton.
Okay. And I'm going to show you S246.
It's a swab of biological staining from the foyer wall of 27 Tilton.
Okay. These were sent to the state police lab?
Yes,
Okay. Can you tell based upon anything that's on these envelopes?
yes.
What's that?
The state police case number and the item number and all of their markings on it.
Including that sticker?
Yes,
And that sticker?
the yellow stickers, yes,
And they have item numbers, is that accurate?
yes.
S245 is what number?
New Jersey State Police item number 2,
And S246.
State Police item number 3.
And I'm going to show you the marked as S243. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is it?
buccal swab control sample from Sean Edson.
Is it DNA sample?
Yes,
Was that sent to the lab?
yes, it was.
Now, we talked about yesterday. S165 is just gas can,
Yes.
right? What, I think you may have said it yesterday, just to be clear, what did you do with the contents of this?
I reserved 2 ounces of that after it was measured, how much was the content of it. I reserved 2 ounces for laboratory testing and preserving it, and then the rest was discarded.
Did you do anything with the container?
Yes.
What'd you do?
Attempted to develop latent fingerprints on it.
How do you do that?
In this particular case, because of what it's made of, it was exposed to cyanoacrylate, which is a superglue fuming. And then once that was done, I applied a black fingerprint powder to it in an attempt to develop fingerprints.
Is there anything on this container currently
that would be indicative of the fingerprint processing?
Yes,
Okay, what is that?
all the black powder that's on it still.
Were you able to identify any potentially identifiable fingerprints on here?
No.
Now, we talked earlier about that pinch and slide bag that was in the Porsche Cayenne within the backpack, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you do anything with that item?
Yes.
What did you do with it?
Attempted to develop fingerprints on that as well.
Did you do it in the same manner or a different manner?
The bag itself, the super glue fuming, the paper towels that were in it, I used a different process using a chemical called anhydrin. So that reacts to the different proteins found in a blatant fingerprint. If there's any fingerprint proteins in it, then it will turn purple and expose the fingerprint.
Now, as far as we were talking about the shirt, the long sleeve shirt, the short sleeve shirt, the jeans. Obviously, I think you said they went to the state police in a big pile, so to speak, correct?
Yes.
And then obviously, were they separated by state police personnel?
Yes, they were.
Okay, so when did you ultimately get them back?
Yes.
Okay, obviously they're here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did they come back with different numbers or specific numbers as it relates to the separation thereof?
Yes. Through the state police lab numbers, they were divided into additional numbers.
Were those represented at times also, like the actual numbers, are they represented on these little white tabs, say on the Jeeps? Do they reference those numbers?
Yes, they do, sir.
Just to be clear. Showing you S232, just briefly again, the Jeeps.
You have these markings, correct?
Yes.
And there's a number, for instance, I'm pointing at the right chin area, correct?
Yes.
And what's the number this here?
They have it marked as item number 6-1-8.
There's one up here on the left thigh area, correct?
Yes.
And what's the number there?
6-1-7.
So the 8 or the 7, they're subsamples of,
Areas from 6-1.
Yes.
Now,
just showing you, just going to show you for purposes of clarity, S131.
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Okay, and what is it?
It's my a supplemental technical report that I drafted.
Okay, now, what, I don't want you to read it or anything, but what are you documenting in that report?
Photography and additional processing.
Okay, and do you make note in your report, like the delineation of the items that came back to you from the state police?
Yes.
Okay, and is that contained partially on the first page?
Yes, it is.
And just to give us like an overview, you list one item towards the bottom of the first page, right?
Yes.
And what does that say, item number and description?
It says NJSP item number 6, pile of articles.
Okay, then for instance, underneath it, what does it say?
NJSP subsample 6-1,
Okay, and what does it say?
jeans.
I'm not gonna go through the whole thing, but we just talked about subsamples when we were looking at the jeans, right?
Yes, sir.
Here at the top, we have subsample 6-11, correct?
Yes, sir.
6-1-2,
Yes, sir.
and it continues on down to 6-16, correct?
Yes.
Do you delineate what those subsamples represent based upon information received back from the state police?
Yes.
Okay, and do you document like locations on the jeans?
How they are listed in their report is how I wrote it in mine.
Okay, so you want it to be consistent with what they said because they did it?
Yes.
Okay. And there's also some similar information with respect to the T-shirt and different gloves?
Yes.
real quick, was there a point in time when a label was taken off the jeans?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do with the label?
We retained it.
Okay, did you take note of the size of it?
Yes.
And what was the size?
I believe it was 34, 32.
Okay. I'm just going to show you again real quick. S131, and actually look at the first full paragraph on page 3. Do yourself. Is there a point in time where you documented the waist size?
Yes.
Okay, was what you said a moment ago accurate?
Yes, it was. Thank you.
The waist was what?
34,
The length was what?
32.
Just a couple more questions. You talked about, I believe at some point, having been in the garage of 27 Tilden.
Yes, sir.
And I showed you slide 120 again of S1A. You told me if you recognize that.
Yes.
Now, did you locate a safe in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And where, could you describe where the safe was?
In the center of that picture against the back wall, you'll see like a bag of plastic bags hanging. That is the safe.
Now, ultimately, was a search conducted of the safe?
Yes, it was.
Have slide 121. Now, can you tell us what, if anything, you located in the gun safe in the garage? No guns?
Nothing.
You talked about different items going to the New Jersey State Police Laboratory for DNA testing, correct?
Yes, sir.
As well as for ballistic testing?
Yes, sir.
Was there a point in time that another lab, a private laboratory was used?
Yes.
Okay, and was that for DNA testing?
Yes, it was.
And do you recall who, generally who brought the items to that laboratory?
Detective Vogt was tasked with that.
Just have one moment, Judge.
Sure.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good morning.
There's no objection if I just publish photos that please.
No, not at all.
Can I have the front? Lieutenant, we heard testimony about the jeans, right? So you testified that when you performed the search in the basement, right, you found like a pile of items, correct?
Yes.
And that's what I want to focus on that for a moment, and specifically the jeans. So in that pile of items, when you originally found them in the basement, you took some photographs, correct?
Yes.
And then you brought them upstairs and you put them in the garage for a while, correct?
Actually in the driveway first and then the garage.
Okay, we're gonna talk about that in a moment.
Yeah.
And then I think as you testified, you sent the jeans the items to the New Jersey State Police Lab.
Yes.
You tried to kind of separate some of the items yourself, but ultimately you decided better to just send it as is and let the lab figure it out. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, and at some point when the lab had the items, they were able to separate them.
That's correct.
And for example, the jeans, they separated the jeans.
Yes.
And when they sent them back to you, you took more photographs of those jeans.
Yes.
And so I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-141. Now, we saw the jeans as they're packaged for preparation of the trial, but they're in a plastic bag, correct?
Yes.
So there's a little bit of a glare. So I want to be clear with this photograph. In the photograph, you can see the red staining, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that there's red staining throughout the jeans?
In multiple places, yes.
Multiple places. Why don't you take the stylus and can you just circle where on the image you can see some of the staining?
The top portion is not very clear, so I'm not gonna, these are two obvious areas that I can see.
Two obvious areas. We do know though that there's some additional staining above and below that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those are the two main areas.
141.1.
And if you don't mind giving me M2. Well, one of the areas that was just captured, I'm going to publish what's 1-145. And this is, looks like the left leg, or the right leg, the jeans. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
Okay. And this is a close-up of some of the staining, correct?
that's correct.
And now I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-146. And this is the lower end of the right leg, it appears, correct?
Correct.
And so we can see some of the staining here, but then we can see more staining throughout the bottom.
Yes.
Throughout the bottom, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't circle that in the original photo, it wasn't as visible, but in this close-up version, do we agree that we can see it better, that there's more staining?
Yes,
And now I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-147, and this is, this would be the left leg, correct?
that's correct.
And this is more toward the bottom of the leg,
Yes,
and we can again see more staining, correct?
that's correct.
Maybe it wasn't as visible in the original photograph, but here we can see that there's not only staining here toward the rib, but there's some additional staining like at the bottom here.
That's correct.
I have another photograph, it's D1-148, and again, it's just more staining. It's a close-up of what we just saw, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show two more photographs. It's D1-149 and D1-150. And again, we're just looking at more staining. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay. And the last one is the 1-150. And more staining, correct?
Yes,
And again, these are the genes that you had, were in a pile that were sent to the lab. You then received them back from the lab. They were tested.
yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Now, one of the things that you did when you arrived on scene on November 20th, you were on the scene of 27 Tilton for multiple days, correct?
Yes,
And we know that you were there November 20th, that was the day of the fire, right?
yes, ma'am.
And we also know that you were there the following day, correct?
Yes.
The 21st. And that was one of the days that you performed a search.
Yes,
And then I think the next day was Thanksgiving, so there's a break.
yes,
You continued that search on the following day, which is the 23rd.
yes,
Okay, so the 22nd was Thanksgiving. And then there was a subsequent search, I think, on the 28th, correct?
yes, I believe it was the 28th. I'd have to refer to my report to get the exact date, but yeah, there was another search.
And then there were, so there were multiple searches of both the house and multiple searches of the vehicles, correct?
The vehicles, all of the vehicles, no, just the one time. The Macan, it was the photographic documentation the first day, and then an actual, ultimately a search.
Okay, so yeah, let's break that down. So there's 4 vehicles that were on scene, right?
Yes,
And one of them was the 2014 Porsche 911 convertible white, correct?
yes,
And another one was the 2016 Jeep Wrangler, correct?
yes,
Now, those 2 vehicles were searched one time,
one time, yes.
and there was nothing of evidentiary value, correct?
They were done on the 21st.
The 21st.
Yeah, not the day of the fire.
The vehicles that, for investigation purposes, that were more focused on were the 2018 Porsche Macan,
Yes,
and that's a SUV, right?
yes, ma'am.
And the 2016 Porsche Cayenne, which is a larger SUV.
Okay. Yes,
And the Macan specifically was searched multiple times, right?
just the one time. The first time, again, I just took photographs of the damage that was done to the car.
Okay, so maybe we're not agreeing on the term search. So on the 20th, the vehicle was, are you aware that Mr. Caneiro consented to a search? He was presented with a consent to search form.
Yes,
And so on the 20th, there was a search performed of the vehicle where they looked under the hood and they looked inside, and I think you took photographs.
yes,
And then on the 21st was the day that you returned to the house to search the home.
yes,
And then did you search the Macan again on that day?
yes. That's where I physically went in the car and I looked in all the compartments, looked through all the property that was in there. That didn't occur on the 20th.
So there was like sort of just a cursory search on the 20th and then a more like an actual in-depth search on the 21st.
I wouldn't call it a cursory search. I didn't go in the car except to open the hood, and then I just photographed the engine compartment of the car. So if you want to call it a search,
Well, there was a consent to search form
yeah, I think it
signed.
was it's more of a formal way of documenting me being allowed to go into the car and to do the photographic documentation.
Right, because without the consent to search, you would not be permitted to go into the car at that point.
That's correct.
Okay, so Mr. Caneiro agreed, you can search the car, and then law enforcement looked inside the car, opened the hood, and you took photographs.
Yes,
Okay. And so that's what I'm referring to as the cursory search. It's a form of a search. And the second is the actual search where you looked through things more thoroughly.
the search for evidence. Yes,
Search for evidence. And at some point you processed the Macan as well.
yes.
Was that same day or a different time?
Can you
Is it the same day as the 21st that you processed the McCann?
Where I thoroughly searched it, and then, yes, that would be the 21st, yes.
Okay, so you did that when the vehicle was still in the driveway of Mr. Caneiro's home?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you performed the search of the McCann, you're obviously looking for evidence.
Yes.
Anything that could be helpful to your investigation, right?
Yes.
And you learned that the McCann was, you probably didn't know this on the 20th, but by the 21st, perhaps, you were aware that the McCann was significant to the investigation because you'd seen surveillance videos of the vehicle leaving and coming back to the house. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that. As far as any surveillance videos go, the way our office operates, especially with the crime scene unit, we're not really privy to surveillance video, all of the other aspects of that investigation. As they're collecting it, we're just focused on the physical evidence at our crime scenes.
Okay.
So getting a request to photograph, like at night, the lights, we would just get the phone call, we need these photographs taken.
Okay.
And then ultimately later found out it was in relation to video surveillance, but how that tied in at the time, I have no idea.
Okay, so you later learned why this vehicle was significant.
Yes.
Okay. Not at the time you were searching, but at some point, because you're part of this bigger investigation, you were made aware why this was important. So I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-10. And this is a photograph that you took of the McCann on the 20th, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Looks like it.
And this is the driver's side. It's the inside of the driver's portion of the vehicle.
Yes.
And so this was from the time that you arrived on scene, which was approximately what, like 8 o'clock, 8 a.m.?
8:06 a.m. when I arrived.
8:06 a.m. So approximately 8 a.m. When you arrived, this is the first time you were coming into contact with this vehicle,
When I first arrived, yes.
but it was taped off with crime scene tape, correct?
The whole property was,
Right, including the driveway.
including the driveway.
And so the point of that when you arrived was that obviously law enforcement had created a barrier to protect whatever was inside of the crime scene taped area, correct? So it hadn't, to your knowledge, it hadn't been disturbed.
No.
Okay. And when you took this photograph, did you measure the distance between the vehicle and the gas pedal? The driver's side chair to the gas pedal to see what the distance was?
No.
Okay, so we don't have any record of that distance.
No.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as D1-9. This is the inside of the McCann, but the passenger side, correct?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show the inside of the McCann. This is the passenger, but the side, but the back side.
Did the rear seat passenger? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
It looks like we
What's the
have,
number on the last photo? Sorry.
I'm sorry, that was D1-6.
6. Thank you.
And D1-12, we have photographs of the rear passenger, but from the driver's side.
That's correct.
And this is D1-11, and it's just a close-up of the driver's side chair seat.
Yeah.
And lastly, we have D1-7, and this is the trunk of the vehicle, the inside of the trunk.
The cargo area.
Now, unlike the jeans, when you were just taking these photographs, you didn't notice any red staining in the vehicle, did you?
I wasn't even looking for it at that time.
Okay, but if you had seen it, if you're taking photos of the vehicle and you saw red staining, it's something you would know, like in your report or something to that effect, right?
Depends, but yeah, that would draw my attention to it. Yeah.
Your attention would be drawn to it. That's fair to say. So the next day is when you processed the McCann,
Yes.
right? And at that point, you're actually looking for things like blood,
Yes.
right? And when you processed the McCann, what did you do exactly?
At the scene there, it was just pretty much just an article search inside the interior of the car. Later on, I don't know if it was that night, I'd have to look at my report. Or a different night, we applied Blue Star, it's a blood reagent to the inside of both cars with no results.
So first, upon a visual examination, you didn't see any red staining or anything that you suspected to be blood, correct?
Did not.
And then you used an alternative light source,
Yes.
correct? And an alternative light source, or an ALS, is basically like a special type of light where you can see things that ordinarily with the naked eye you can't see.
Yes.
And some of the things that you can see with an alternative light source are things like biological fluids, like semen or urine, saliva, and blood.
That's correct.
You can also see you can better see hairs and fibers, things of that nature.
Yes.
What about gunshot residue?
I'm not so sure about gunshot residue.
And what about explosive accelerants? Can you see that with an ALS?
That I'm not sure of as well.
So you use the alternative light source, and in this case, it was the Searchy Mega Max ALS,
Yes.
and you used it throughout the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
It was a thorough search.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, you're not going to miss anything because it's important to document everything in your investigation, right?
Try not to miss anything.
Okay. And so you searched the front driver's side, right?
Yes.
And the passenger side of the front,
Yes.
and the entire rear,
Yes.
and the trunk.
Yes.
And I think you even lifted up the cargo area and you looked underneath as well.
Yes, I did.
And when you are performing search, you're looking not just at the seats, but at the floors, right?
Yes.
And you're lifting up the armrest in the back,
Yes.
and you're looking at you're looking under the seats, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you searched that entire vehicle with the alternative light source, you did not find any blood.
That's correct.
Okay. And after that, you then used what's called a Blue Star agent.
Yes.
And do you want to describe Blue Star really quickly? I think you sort of did.
So it's a chemical agent. It's mixed with either it comes pre-mixed or you have to mix it with a solution. And you spray it on the interior of the car. The chemicals react to blood and it fluoresces at that point. The purpose of that is to visualize any blood staining.
I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-83. And this is a photograph that you took, I think, on the 21st, correct?
I believe so.
And this was when you were in the midst of processing the vehicle, right? And we can see that the back seats look a little bit dirtier. Is that from the Blue Star?
That's not from the Blue Star.
What is that from? Do you know?
We had an accelerant dog come to the scene and search, and that's the paw prints from the dog.
Okay. So that's what we're seeing on there is from the dog you said.
Yes.
Okay. And we can see how, the armrest is sort of moved and the floor mats are lifted up, correct?
Yes.
Because again, it's a thorough search.
Yes.
Now, again, with the Blue Star, it's a chemical that you cover the item with, in this case, the vehicle, the inside of the vehicle, and you're looking for evidence of blood or trace blood, right?
Yes.
Because Blue Star, what it does is it can detect even minute traces of blood that you wouldn't necessarily be able to see with your naked eye, or maybe even with a, magnifying glass, but the Blue Star is a chemical reactant to trace amounts of blood, correct?
Yes.
And it even can detect blood if it's been washed or cleaned.
That's correct.
Right, so if if there was blood on the seat, but it was wiped or attempted to wash it away, even with different types of detergents, the Blue Star can detect it.
Yes, it also reacts to other chemicals as well, and that's where we have to determine if, based on the patterns, if it was something that contained blood or didn't.
And Blue Star, things like the ALS and Blue Star, they're very useful investigative tools because a lot of times with crime scenes, evidence is cleaned up or something to that effect, right?
Yes.
So this allows law enforcement to find things like blood or other biological stains on pieces of evidence or in areas or in places that otherwise they wouldn't have observed.
Yes.
And in this case, that was done to the portion we can, right? The vehicle that we now know is alleged is to left the property and come back. There was not found any blood in that car.
No.
And there were no, what about gunshot residue? Did you ever test the vehicle for gunshot residue?
No.
Okay, so there was no testing for gunshot residue, so we don't know whether there was any gunshot residue in the car.
No.
Did you swab any portions of the vehicle for DNA?
No.
Okay, so the handle to the driver's side wasn't swabbed, nor was the steering wheel, or the buttons in the car, or the inside trunk latch,
No, ma'am.
or the outside trunk area?
No.
Passenger side?
No.
Okay, no DNA swabs taken whatsoever from the Porsche Macan.
No, there was not.
So we don't know who, if any's DNA would have been on that vehicle because we don't have results, right?
That's correct.
Now the Blue Star, what else did you use the Blue Star on? The gas can?
Not on the gas can.
Okay, what else did you
Just
use?
the interior, I believe, of definitely of the Macan. I have to look at my report if I included the Cayenne or not.
Look at your report.
It might take me a second to find it.
No problem. If it makes it easier, is your testimony that if you used the Blue Star, it would have only been on the vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. So the Blue Star, the special chemical that shows trace amounts of blood even when washed away, that was not used anywhere inside of the home.
27 till no.
Okay. So the bathrooms, it wasn't used in the bathrooms upstairs to search for blood in the sink area, to see if blood was maybe washed down the sink,
No, ma'am.
and not in the shower area,
No, ma'am.
not in the kitchen sink,
No.
not on a single thing inside of the entire house. Was there a search for blood?
Well, with the exception of the 2 blood stains that were found at the front door and the foyer, no.
Right, that was from
Yeah.
Firefighter Edson.
Yeah.
Because Firefighter Edson, in the process of fighting fire, he injured himself
Yes.
and left like a small little, I don't think we saw a photo, but it was like a little blood smudge on the door frame, the outside door frame.
Frame and the foyer wall.
Okay.
So yeah, we did search for blood, and the only blood that we did find at the scene was those 2 areas that I already discussed.
But that blood you saw with your naked eye, right?
Yes.
Because, you took photos of it and you can see it in the photos. With respect to blood that would not have otherwise been visible with a normal observation of looking at it, that was not searched for anywhere in this house.
No.
Now the gas can, I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-48, 1-94, and 1-95. Lieutenant, is this a photograph of the gas can that you observed near the garage area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is a photograph you took, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it fair to say that the gas can looks pretty clean in that photograph?
Yes.
And in this photograph, D1-94, it's a little bit more zoomed in. But again, you can see the gas can and it looks fairly clean, right? And then I'll show one more zoomed in photograph of the gas can. Does it look like it's pretty clean?
Yes.
When we saw the gas can though, it had like stuff all over it. What was that from?
Fingerprint powder.
That's fingerprint powder.
Yes.
So when the prosecutor showed the gas can and it looked dirty, that's not because it was dirty at the scene, correct?
That's correct.
It was not found that way.
Not when I found it, no. It was
And later on, when you were trying to see if you could find any fingerprints off of the gas can, you covered it in powder and that's why it appears to look dirty.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified under oath that you didn't ultimately find any fingerprints on the gas can.
That's correct.
Did you swab it for DNA?
No, I did not.
Now, you observed gas cans in the shed, right?
Yes.
And you took photographs of those as well.
Yes, I did.
Also, you note in your report, ultimately, this was determined to be you can kind of see it in the photograph. It's a 1 1/4 gallon. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's a small gas can.
Yes.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-96. And these are, this is a photograph that you took of 3 gas cans that you observed in the shed, correct?
Yes.
And these gas cans are larger than the small one, right? Yes. And they're also dirtier. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. These 3 gas cans are, you can see that they're sort of covered in various areas with dirt, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified in direct that you visually observed this like sort of empty spot there, right?
Yes.
And you approximated that it would fit the gas can, right?
Yes.
Did you ever measure it?
No, I did not.
Did you ever take the gas can and see like if it fit there, if it was too big or too small?
And I knew at the time of collection that I was going to attempt to develop fingerprints on it. I didn't want to fit it into that space and potentially destroy any fingerprint evidence, so that wasn't done. It was just a visual observation that there was a space there that can could fit in that area.
When you say that, to potentially damage the fingerprint of it, like what do you mean by that?
Well, that's a small space. If I were to put it in that space and the sides would say rub together, if there were fingerprints on the sides, I could potentially destroy those fingerprints by smearing or smudging them.
Okay. Well, you are aware that the gas can had been moved prior to you arriving on scene.
I just found that out recently, but at the time, no, I did not know that.
Okay, you didn't know that at the time.
No.
But now you know that Craig Flanagan, who was the fire marshal guy, he had moved it to take some photographs before you arrived.
I'm not aware of who actually moved it, but I am aware that it was moved and then it was placed back where I found it.
Okay. But you never measured it, right?
No, ma'am.
And you never asked Mr. Caneiro, hey, is this your gas can?
I never did know.
And you never asked him when you were on scene, does this gas can belong there?
No, I did not.
Now, in addition to these 3 gas cans, you also observed 2 additional gas cans, correct?
Later on, yes.
And those were also in the shed?
Yes, they were.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-15. And this is a photograph of 2 additional gas cans, right?
Yes.
And these were what, toward the back of the shed?
Well, towards the south side where I was referring to the front, with the more decorative side, it's got the 1 door and the 2 windows, as opposed to the rear or the north side had double doors.
I'm sorry, this is toward the front of the shed. And again, these gas cans are larger than the other one, right?
That's correct.
And you can also see from the photograph what appears to be some dirt along the bottom and sides of the gas can.
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-29, and this is just kind of to orient ourselves a better view of the inside of the shed, right?
That's correct.
So where the view that we have currently, we're at the back of the shed,
Yes.
and we're looking toward the front.
Yes.
And this is like the door you were mentioning, the nicer door.
The more decorative door.
With the like window panes.
Yeah.
And so the 3 gas cans are toward the back of the shed, right?
Yes.
And then the 2 that we can't see in the photograph are more toward the front.
Yes.
And the reason why we're at the back of the shed, looking into the shed and can see a door is because the shed had a door in the front and a door in the back.
That's correct.
So you could walk through the front door and then walk out the back door and vice versa, obviously.
Yes.
And the gate to the shed, though, kind of like if you were in the shed and you walk out the front door, you're inside of the gated area of the backyard, correct?
That's correct.
But if you walk out the back door, now you're outside of that gated area.
Yes.
So if you wanted to get from inside the gated area to outside the gated area, one way to do it would be to go through the shed.
That would be correct.
And you also note in your report that you observed 3 gates.
Yes.
And one of those gates was directly next to the shed.
I don't know. I don't believe so. The one gate was by the garage, and the driveway. The second gate that I observed was, I guess, midway in the backyard along the back fence there. And then the third was on the south side by where the main fire was.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-126. This is the front of the shed, correct?
Yes.
And we can see the gate here in the photograph.
No, there's no gate there. I mean, that's definitely the fence, and it goes to the left in this picture and then comes towards you around that white box, but the gate is behind and to the left if you're looking at this picture.
Are you defining gate as the door that opens?
The gate is, that allows entry through
Through the fence?
the fence.
So this is the front of the shed, correct?
Yes.
And then I'm gonna show what's been marked as the 117. This is the back of the shed, correct?
Yes.
And does this appear to be a gate?
It could be. I didn't identify it as a gate.
I'm gonna show you one more photograph. This is D1-31. Can you tell whether that's a gate?
Yeah, it's like a gate.
That's a gate, right? Okay, so there's actually 4 gates on this property.
Okay.
Yes?
Sure. Yeah.
Well, you identified 3 in your report,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
And then you just told the jury what those 3 gates were, right? Yes?
Yes.
And this is a 4th one.
Okay. Yeah.
You agree?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's next to the shed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever do any processing? I know that on direct, the prosecutor showed you what appeared to be like a handprint on the shed door,
Yes.
and you attempted to lift fingerprints from those markings, but there were no ridges, or you couldn't do it, right?
I examined them. I didn't attempt to collect them. We would only collect them if I observed any potential bridge detail for identification purposes.
Okay.
I did photograph them though.
I misspoke. You saw the potential fingerprints on the shed door,
Yes.
and you observed them visually to see if there was anything there that you could potentially try to lift.
Yes.
Okay, and you did not see anything at that point.
That's correct.
So you made no attempt to lift those, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. What about DNA swabbing of the shed? Did you swab the shed for DNA anywhere?
No, I did not.
What about that gate we just saw?
I didn't even know that the gate was there, so no.
We also heard testimony previously, as well as I think on your direct, about the footprints that were found near the shed.
Yes.
And specifically, there were two footprints, correct?
I was told about one, and then when I went to go look at it, I did not observe one, but then I did observe another one.
The one that you observed is the one we saw in your direct testimony on the wood, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the one that you were told about that you didn't see, I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-17, is where this bucket was,
Yes.
right? And that was an attempt to preserve the boot print, correct?
Yes.
But it didn't work, right?
It did not, no.
And the boot print had essentially dried at that point. So that's why it didn't work?
Yeah, I don't know if it was a boot print or not, but whatever it was they were protecting wasn't there to observe, or at least for me to observe what it was.
Some version of a shoe print?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-21. I think the jury's already seen this, but just to be clear, this is the photograph I think you took where you could no longer see the boot print, correct?
That's correct.
And it's the dry stone.
Yeah, so you can see the line where it was covered on that center stone, where to the left is wet and then to the right is dry. Yeah.
The corner of the center stone.
Yeah.
And were you able to observe any other boot prints or footprints in the area?
Just that one that we spoke about and I photographed.
By the way, I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-116. What we can see in this photograph, if you agree with me, sir, is that this stone, so this is where the boot print was that we lost, right, the bucket. And the stones are actually going to the gate, right?
Yes.
Now, when you searched Mr. Paul Caneiro's home, we saw photos on direct examination. I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-55. I think we saw a photo like this during the direct examination testimony. This is sort of a collection of clothing articles, maybe some coats and some shoes downstairs.
I believe that was in the mudroom by the
Mudroom.
by the back door area.
To the first floor.
First floor, yes.
And in addition to that, this wasn't the only area in the home where there were shoes, correct?
No.
You've observed shoes in the bedrooms and in other locations.
Yes.
And anywhere from the first floor or the second floor of the house, did you take any of the boots or the shoes, particularly belonging to Mr. Caneiro, to process those shoes?
No. From the first or the second floor.
In other words, to process the shoes for DNA, to swab the bottoms of the shoes for DNA?
No.
Any visual observations of blood on any of the shoes?
No.
To see if there was maybe mud on the shoes or anything like that?
No. We did collect a shoe
From the basement?
from the basement.
Mm-hmm.
Later on, after we had located the pile of clothes with the blood on them, we took right in that general area. There was a metal crate with the shoe in it.
Okay, and when did you find that?
That was Friday as well. The 23rd.
Okay.
Friday.
Okay, so on the 21st, though, when you were there, you didn't take any other shoes, right? No. And you later took a crate of things from the basement. It had one shoe in it.
I believe it was one shoe. Yeah.
Okay. Did you do anything with that shoe?
Sent to the state police later.
Okay. And the rest of the shoes in the house, no observations, no swabbing or anything?
No, there was no observations made.
Okay. And with respect to the search of the home, you also observed, I'm going to show a more zoomed out version of what we just saw. So it's D1-56. And this is, again, that mudroom area with the clothing and the shoes, correct?
That's correct.
And in addition, there's like a laundry basket there.
That's
right?
correct.
And in D-1-57, another photograph that you took, and it appears like there's some additional clothing articles drying.
Yes.
When you searched you talked about the bedrooms upstairs, right?
Yes.
And there were 4 bedrooms.
Yes.
One's the master bedroom.
Yes.
Correct? And then there's 2, one for Marissa, one for Katie, the daughters.
Yes.
They each had their own room,
Yes.
right? And there was a room that you designated as Paul Caneiro's bedroom,
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. That bedroom is actually, it's a guest bedroom, correct?
I was told that was the bedroom that Paul Caneiro sleeps in, so that's why I called it Paul Caneiro's bedroom.
Okay. Regardless of where Mr. Caneiro sleeps, right, you had the opportunity to search that room and the master bedroom, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you know that Mr. Caneiro's clothing was all located in the master bedroom.
Most of it was. I'm not completely sure about whether there was clothing that belonged to him in that other bedroom.
Okay. I'm going to show what's been marked as D-158. And this is a photograph of the master bedroom. I think we saw it yesterday, correct?
Yes.
And then here is a photograph of the master bedroom, but now you can see the walk-in closet, correct?
Yes.
And that was D-1-59. D-1-60 is a close-up of, we're getting closer, we can see the walk-in closet,
That's correct.
right? And D-1-61 is your photograph where you can actually see all of the clothing articles in the closet, correct?
Yes.
Now, this clothing, did you search through the clothing?
The very first day of the fire, no. Subsequently, yes, during that,
On the 21st.
on the 21st, yes.
And so, did you learn that these clothes here they belong to Mr. Paul Caneiro?
No, I didn't take note of who they belonged to. It's just, they were clothes that were there and they were searched
Okay.
and nothing of evidentiary value was located in there.
So that's just me pausing it. You know, I'm listening to this cross-examination, you know, I definitely know that the defense want to raise, you know, doubt about the ownership of these clothes and handling where his clothes was at. Did y'all have a size on the clothes? Anything like that? Hey, Jean, welcome in. So when we're looking at that, The investigators, you know, he's not going to be able to probably definitely say that the burn jeans belong to Paul. They don't have any size on these burn jeans. They're not going to even have any proof that these jeans were worn by him. Watch. So I think that's what the defense goal is, just poking little holes in everywhere where there's going to leave some reasonable doubt to say that Paul didn't do it. You know, the investigators on cross on the scene that he didn't, you know, the gloves that they found, yeah, that's common. And that's common household items in people's houses. Unless they got some DNA or something out of it, it doesn't directly tie to Paul. So there's no direct proof. There was no DNA in the vehicle. There was no blood in the vehicle. Where were they exactly worn at? Not to say that he didn't do it, but these are the things that the defense is doing, you know, poking little holes here and there, in order to put it all together in one form at the end of the case, you know, as far as closing arguments probably to present to the jury. But I'll take us back in.
Apologies, I just 1 minute.
Turn the lights on for a second. Can I have you guys stand up for a minute? You're welcome.
Thank you.
It was good, isn't it? Sorry. We're gonna come out here. Each one of you are gonna do 10 jumping jacks. Go back. Whenever you're comfortable, you can sit back down.
Okay, walk it out. Good, said walk it out. We know y'all tired. She's looking through files and files.
See the shape of the drive. The garage area, correct?
Yes.
I mean, they got a lot of evidence.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-134.
Thank you, Jean.
And this is, you've seen this before, this is the garage area, correct?
Yes.
And I just wanted to orient ourselves again, that the left garage bay, that's the one where you indicate a car could not have pulled into that area because it was full of stuff.
That's correct.
Whereas in contrast to the right bay, that was an open area, and we know that the Cayenne was parked in there at some point, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And this open one in the corner that you can't see behind the red top convertible, that's where the fire was. It's this far left corner, correct?
That's correct.
And this view here, 1-136, this just enables us to see the shape of the driveway, correct?
That's correct.
So we can see that it's like an L shape, essentially. I mean, like an upside down L.
That's correct.
Because you pull out horizontally and then vertically toward the front of the photograph is the length of the driveway.
Yes.
And here's a D1-137, which is just you can see the bottom of the driveway in that photograph, correct?
That's correct.
When you were taking photos of the garage, you also took some photographs of the keys, correct?
Yes.
D1-64 shows an area in the garage where there are some keys hanging up, correct?
That's correct.
This was in the garage, right?
Yes.
And was this also in the garage, D1-65?
Yes.
Okay, so this is more keys that we see in the garage.
That's correct.
And D1-66 is a close-up of those keys, correct?
Yes.
And actually at least one of these keys was seized. It's the one where we see the little tag, correct?
That's correct.
That went to a storage facility?
Yes, it did.
You were not part of that search, were you?
No, I was not.
Now, in the garage also, we saw a photograph earlier of where the DVR that was taken, where that was located on top of the refrigerator, correct?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you a couple closer up versions. It's 1-204 is the first one. You took this photo, correct?
Yes.
And what we can see here is this is the top of the refrigerator area,
Yes.
and this is a Power Max box.
Yes.
That goes to the cameras themselves, not the DVR, correct?
I have no idea where that goes or what it is. I was just photographing that general area to document where I was told Ocean Police took the DVR and that switch.
Okay.
So I have no knowledge whatsoever about what any of that stuff does.
And this is another photograph. It's D1-205. And this is, again, sort of another photograph of the top of the refrigerator area.
Yes.
And there's no other photographs of, like, you can't see what is plugged into what from this photograph, correct?
That's correct.
There's no photographs of any outlets in the area.
No.
You didn't move the refrigerator to see what was potentially plugged in behind the refrigerator?
No.
There's no photographs of, like, what's back here, whether there's any power strips or extension cords. We don't have photographs of that, right?
No.
And this item here, this white circle on the ceiling, that are you aware that that is what's called an access point?
I have no idea what that is.
Okay, you don't know what an access point is?
No, I don't.
And I think we saw this D1-202. You took this photograph as well, correct?
Yes.
And I know you don't know what an access point is, but did you take any note of this when you took this photograph? Did that have any significance to you?
No.
Actually have the state slide 59. Actually, we do 57 first. In this photograph, there's a circular object on the top right of that window, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
On the wall there?
Yeah, above the curtain rod?
Yes, above the curtain rod.
Yeah.
Now, can you put it in, please? Okay. Again, I know you indicated you don't know what an access point is, but did you take any note of that circular object as
No, it was
an
just in the-
access point or anything of significance?
No, it was just in the photograph I was taking. I was the subject of this photograph was the burn patterns on the wall. So
When you, we saw from the garage photograph, this is D1-63, if I could have the front table again. This was that the item that the bags were hanging off of in that photograph we saw in your direct examination. It's the safe in the garage.
yes, the bag of other plastic bags. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I used as a landmark to what I was talking about.
You had, in this photograph, the bags were taken off.
That's correct.
And we saw on direct, I don't know if you saw a close up of it, but this is the essentially the gun cabinet that was in the basement, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you had mentioned that you used bolt cutters to remove this sort of like a bronze lock.
Yes.
Did you, there's no note in your report as to whether it was like actually locked or unlocked.
It was locked.
It was locked, so
Yeah.
you did try to unlock it?
I did not have a key, and I wasn't going to. There was a lot of keys there between at the house and in the book bag. I just used the bolt cutters to get into it.
Right.
Well, since you like my commentary so much, So I don't know if y'all noticed this. Y'all probably didn't. Y'all probably don't know what's going on. The reason why she kept did y'all notice that she kept talking about this access point? So the reason why she kept bringing up this access point is just, just to kind of explain that it's a network device, because they were making such a big deal in regards to this DVR. It doesn't provide any type of internet connectivity. It does not store data. It does not show the user activity. And so they're just saying it's an infrastructure and it's not evidence, but they're matching this up with this DVR because they're trying to say that they can't tell if they don't know who connected it, when they connected it, anything in regards to this access point in this DVR. So they don't have anything showing that Paul accessed the DVR, Paul logged into it, or anything like that. So that's why she was trying to show the different places that the access point was. But yeah, there you go. A little bit more nuggets for y'all that I'm listening to.
That's not noted in your report, right?
Then I used bolt cutters to get into them.
No, that part is, but the part where you checked to see whether it was locked or not is not noted in your report.
No, but it was obviously locked.
Okay, obvious to you because you were there,
Yes.
right? Now,
If it was unlocked, I wouldn't have used the bolt cutters. So
okay. Now you said that you didn't have a key, but that lock, doesn't it have it had numbers on it? Like there was a number combination on it?
I don't know if it was a combination or a key lock. It was locked. I used the bolt cutters to cut it open to get into it.
Okay, well, you mentioned the key, so that's why I was wondering.
Okay.
But we don't have any closer photographs of that lock, right? Do we?
No.
Okay, so
This might be as close up as I have of that.
okay, so you didn't take the lock off and take more photographs of the lock, see what maybe numbers were showing or anything like that?
No.
And did you try to collect fingerprints or DNA from the lock?
No.
What about the door or anywhere on the cabinet?
No, there was so much fire damage in that basement. To throw black fingerprint powder on a soot-covered bed, it just seemed.
What about DNA?
No.
Swabbed?
No.
Because you did find other stuff that was covered that
Yeah, but
you sent for DNA, right?
the stuff that we recovered was, fortunately protected at some point in it, encased in plastic that I guess melted and protected it from the heat and the water and the fire damage. So this was not protected like that.
Are you talking about what plastic are you talking about?
Talking about the chart articles where the jeans were, it had the plastic lid that was adhered to that I sent to the state police lab for testing.
I see. Okay.
So that I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on that, but that's what I was referring to.
Okay. So
Ms. Maslon, can you just tell us that number of that photo, please?
sure, it's D1-62.
62. Thank you.
Judge, can you approach?
Sure. All right, 7 minutes early. That's kind of early, right? Juror number one, stop hiding. I can see you. All right, so we're going to break for lunch now. I'll bring you back up at 1:35. I hate when I can't see everybody. So I'll bring you back up at 1:35. We'll start. Good afternoon. Sean, ready to go?
Ready to go. The room feels different.
Yeah. You have a choice?
Sorry.
Will you put the screen down? Judge Lawson behind there, just in case you're wondering. Judge Lawson was the assignment judge here for well over 20 years. And then
Single door is D1-152. And we can see in that photograph, it says W34, L32. Do we agree that's what it says on the tag in the photo?
Yes.
And that would be width 32, width 34, length 32, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And just a zoomed in version, D1-151, we can maybe see it just a little bit better in that photograph.
That's correct.
Okay, burnt pan. What a size. Whose pans
I
are
want
they?
to talk about the French doors for a moment. You testified yesterday on direct that there were 3 back doors, correct?
Yes.
And there's like a single door, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That goes into the mudroom.
Yes.
And then there's sliding glass doors that go into the kitchen. And then there's the French doors that go into like a dining room area.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm going to show Well, so to be clear, your testimony yesterday was that you did or did not process the French doors?
I photographed them and then I examined them.
Examined them?
Yes.
Okay, did you, so and I guess I'll just publish 1-127. Again, just to orient ourselves, on the far right of the photo is the single door that goes into the bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Next to that would be the sliding glass doors from the kitchen,
That's
correct? And then these doors here are the French doors, correct?
That's correct.
And now you said when you arrived, obviously, I think you mentioned just before we broke for lunch that you arrived on scene around 8:06 a.m.
That's correct.
And that's a few hours after this all started.
Yes.
Right? So I think you said yesterday you come to the scene and you kind of get it as it is when you get there,
That's
right?
correct, yeah.
So you had no control over the fact, for example, that someone had moved to the gas can, right?
That's correct.
And there's firemen, there's police officers. So whatever's happening between 5 a.m. and 8 a.m., those 3 hours before you arrive on scene, you're not involved with that.
That's correct.
So when you arrived, you found that all 3 doors were unlocked, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but were you informed though that the first officers on scene indicated that only the French doors were unlocked?
No, I have no knowledge of that.
So no one told you, hey, pay close attention to these French doors. Those were the only back door unlocked when they first arrived.
I'm hearing this for the first time right now, so
I'm telling you for the first time now?
yes.
Okay. So when you observed the French doors, you didn't take any swabs for DNA?
No.
On the handle or the door's frame or the door itself, the window panes,
I
nothing?
wouldn't have with that obvious fire damage.
Okay,
That's why I concentrated my examination to just visual.
okay.
And the same thing, even though the other 2 doors didn't have obvious fire damage,
Mhm.
my visual exam, like I said yesterday, surface disruption, there was no obvious sign that anybody had touched those doors.
Well, just to be clear though, when you say fire damage, right? Fire damage can mean it's more difficult to get like evidence such as DNA, right? But it doesn't mean it's impossible. We know that.
No, but heat and fire generally do destroy DNA, fingerprints, so it's not impossible. I've never had any experience where I recovered either fingerprints or DNA from a fire damaged surface, so.
Okay, all right. We'll put a pin on that for now. Here's the inside. This is D1-116. This is the inside of the house. Those are the French doors?
Yes.
Okay. On the inside, did you take any swabs at the inside of the doors, or look for fingerprints on the inside of the doors where perhaps there's less fire damage on the inside?
No. But again, that was part of my overall observations and checking the doors themselves, so exterior and interior.
Okay, but you can't see DNA, right?
No.
Okay, and you didn't swab it for DNA, right?
No, I didn't observe any blood either. So.
Okay, well, we talked earlier about alternative light sources and Blue Star, right?
Correct.
Because you can't always see blood, right?
That's correct.
Sometimes it's wiped off.
That's correct.
And okay, so the fact that you didn't see blood doesn't mean that there might not be DNA there, right?
That's correct.
And I know you're not a DNA expert, so I'm not asking you to get into anything specific, but I think we all know, would you agree, tell me if I'm wrong, that you can get DNA from things other than blood, like touch DNA and, sweat, things like that.
Yes,
Okay, so, and you can't always see that when you're looking at a surface.
that's correct.
Okay. And moving to, since we're inside the house, yesterday we saw a photograph of the lighters inside of the house.
Yes.
I'm just going to show what's been marked as D1-400, and this is a photo. I think we saw this photo yesterday or something very similar to it, right?
That's correct.
This is a photo you took of it's a lime green lighter and a blue lighter, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-52, and this is a zoomed out. Would you agree with me that this is a zoomed out version of what we just saw?
Yeah, overall photograph of that room.
Yeah, and I know.
Probably the opposite side of where that first picture you showed me was.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And that's right. This is the first photo was taken from like if you were standing closer to the
Right in that
main
area.
door,
Correct.
and now you're standing more in the living room.
Opposite side of it. Yes.
Okay. And we can see the same too. We see the lime green lighter in the center of the photo, and we see the blue lighter on the ground, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And also in this photograph, we see a candle on top of the where the TV is in the living room,
That's correct.
just a few feet away from the lighters.
Yes.
And it might, I don't know if you can see it, but do you see that there's also additional candles on the bottom right of this photograph?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show what's D1-51. And you might be able to see some additional candles in this photograph.
That's correct.
Now, I know we talked a lot about the shed throughout, not just with you. So I'm not going to show any more photos of the shed, but I am going to show near the shed, because we heard a lot about the black nitrile gloves, right?
Yes.
And we know that there were, which we'll talk in a little bit about, in the pile of items, there were numerous black nitrile gloves.
That's correct.
And then there was also the box of black nitrile gloves that was kind of burnt.
Yes.
And I think you showed the jury the contents of what was inside of that
Yeah.
box, which was like a pack of black gloves,
Yes.
right? But those weren't the only gloves that Mr. Caneiro owned, right? Those weren't the only gloves that you photographed on his property.
That's correct.
So I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-35. And this is a box of blue, either nitrile or latex gloves that's close to the shed, correct?
Yes.
And was it found like this, or did you remove it from this bucket?
I don't recall if I removed them from that bucket. I believe I did, looking at this picture.
The reason I ask is because if I show you D1-34, we see it appears to be the same bucket,
Yes.
and it has like a glove in it and something else.
Yes, you're correct. They were in the bucket, and then I moved them out to photograph them
Okay,
and
so
examine them.
so these were blue gloves that he had, right?
Yes.
And then also, I think this is now we're inside of the shed. Some photographs that you took. I'm going to show you what's been marked as D1-36. And I don't know if you can tell from this photo, but do you see this gray item in the middle there?
Yes, it did.
And does that, can you tell whether that's a gray, like latex or nitrile glove?
Yes, it
Is
was
it?
very similar. It was very similar to other gray or white gloves that I found on the exterior of the shed in the back, strewn throughout the yard there.
Okay, and those ones, I think, I don't know if you testified to this, but you didn't bother to collect them because they looked old and.
I believe I didn't testify to that in my report. I articulate that they were all examined. The ones in the bucket were either submerged in water or the ones out in the grass or the curtilage around that area were either soiled from the elements or things like that, just not worthy of collection. There was no visible blood staining or anything like that. Some of them were brittle.
Not worthy of collection, you said,
Yes.
right? Okay. And then, just so the jury sees, what we know, the 1-37 is this is a more zoomed in version of that gray glove.
Yes.
And then 1-38 is actually, I don't know if this is the same glove or a different glove, but this would be an example of one of the gray gloves that were found.
That's correct.
I want to, going back to the Porsche Macan, when you performed the search, this is a photograph, D1-81. This is a photograph of the inside of the Macan, correct?
Yes.
And what we see here in the center console, do you know what that is?
And the cup holder there, that's like a gauze pad with like tape.
Yes, so I'm going to show you D1-80. That's a close-up of what we just saw, right?
Yes.
And that's like, would you agree with me when you go to the doctor and you get a shot and they put the little thing on your?
Yes, I would
Yes,
agree that that
you
is
agree
very,
that's-
very consistent with that, yes.
Okay, and just so we're clear, you took photographs of Mr. Caneiro, right? You
Yes,
saw some of them?
Yes.
Here's one of the photographs where it shows perhaps an injection site consistent with that, correct?
yes.
And I'm going to show. D1-401. That was this one. And then I'm going to show D1-402, which is
See
just,
this one, that was the picture that you, just for the record's sake, that was the first picture you showed with this arm, which you asked the witness questions about. Now you're going to 402. Go
correct,
ahead,
yes. And 402 is just a zoomed in version of what we just saw, correct?
Yes.
You took this photo.
Yes, I did.
Now, we also saw a couple photographs during your direct testimony. I'm going to show what's D172. I think this was shown, something similar to this, and it appears to be a marking on his, on Mr. Caneiro's arm.
Yes.
And I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-73. This is just a zoomed in version of that.
Yes.
And D1-74 is just same thing, but now you're holding up a ruler to measure it.
Yes.
It's very small.
Yes. Well, not to measure it, it's for scale. If I have to reproduce that on a one-to-one level, meaning actual life size, that scale helps me be able to do that.
Right, so we know the size if we need
Yes.
to.
Yes.
Now, you testified that, on direct, that originally you testified at some point you assisted with getting Mr. Caneiro's medications out of the house.
Yes,
And then we saw a photograph of the back of the Cayenne, the larger SUV,
Yes.
and there was a pillowcase full of some medications.
yes.
Okay, one of the medications, I'm gonna show what's been marked as D1-53, was a collection of insulin in the refrigerator, correct?
I didn't examine the medication. If you're saying it's insulin,
Well, you took these photographs, right?
yes,
So 1-54 appears to be it's a photograph you took, and it appears to be a collection of insulin.
you're saying they're insulin. I just knew that.
You don't know.
I don't
Okay.
know. I just was told that's where the medications were,
When
and
Mr.
I collected them and then turned them over to the family.
When Mr. Canero and his family were asking for the medications, you were not made aware of the fact that he was diabetic?
No, just that they wanted his medications. There was no reason for me not to provide them. I didn't want them going into the house because of obviously the nature of the fire. So I asked them where they're kept, and then I went to those collection points, put them all in the bag, the pillowcase, and then brought them out to the family.
Okay. And so these, like, the insulin, these vials that we see, that was in the refrigerator, right?
Yes,
And then there were additional medications upstairs.
that's correct.
And you have no idea, you did take photographs of the medications, right?
Yes.
But you're not a doctor.
No, no.
And so you have no idea what the potential side effects of those medications are as far as bruising.
Objection,
knee.
Judge, I think she's testifying to facts.
I agree, sustained.
With respect to the injuries in this case, right? We saw some photographs.
Yeah.
And again, you're not a doctor,
No.
right? You can't tell us, you have no personal knowledge. We saw some like minor bruising, right?
Yes.
You can't tell us because you have no personal knowledge of how that happened, right?
No, I'm not. All I was doing was documenting what I saw,
Right.
and that was it.
So no, and nor do you know when that happened, right? Whatever
I
caused.
think based upon her question alone, he's not a doctor. So.
Right, he doesn't know how they got there or the time frame of when they got there, correct?
That's correct, sir.
You only documented what you saw, period, end of story.
That's correct, sir.
Next question.
When you were documenting the McCann on scene, I think we've seen this before, 1-119. This is the burn mark that you, on the vehicle that you photographed, correct?
That's correct.
And below the vehicle, I think we saw this 1-118. This was like a ring of something. Yeah. What can you tell us about the something, or what do you know about it?
I just knew that it was odd looking, so I photographed it.
Okay. And did you do any like testing with respect to it?
No, ma'am.
In the basement, I just want to show you a few photographs that I believe you did take. This was on the 20th.
Okay.
These photographs. This is. We're going to return back to that. Focusing on some of the other things that you testified to on direct examination. You testified about. I'm going to show it's D1-332. This was the microtech knife that we saw you like retracted on the stand,
Yes.
right? And you sent this to the lab.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and obviously you're not here to testify about results, right?
That's correct.
You just know that you sent it to the lab.
That's correct.
But visually, you didn't observe any blood on that or anything like that.
No, I did not.
Did you fingerprint it?
No, ma'am.
Now, you also testified on direct about 3 separate things that were found. One was the FLIR, another is a laser target,
Yes.
and the third is the Mantis X.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's start with the FLIR. The FLIR comes in a little case. I'm going to show what's 1-331. Do you recognize that as the FLIR
Yes, I do.
case? The case,
Yes, ma'am.
and you can see that's even your hand. So it's small, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to show what's marked as D1-330, and this is the inside of that case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The FLIR item is on the left,
Yes.
and I'm going to show what's marked as D1-329, and this is just a close-up of the FLIR, right?
That's correct.
This way? Okay, so this is something that you you put into like it plugs into your phone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it essentially is like a heat vision type thing. It's an application on your phone.
Yes.
So you plug it into your phone, and then you can use your phone and look around and see if things are warm, if they're red colored because they're warm, or they're blue colored because they're colder, things like that.
That's my understanding of how that operates.
Okay, so it's almost like an external application for a smartphone.
It's definitely an external device. I don't know if it has an app that goes with it or how that works, but yeah.
You didn't test it, or?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but what we do know about it is that it's not. This is like nothing. It's not a firearm specific accessory. It's just. It can be used for anything.
It's a device that attaches to your phone that can be used for any purpose.
Okay. And I'm going to show what's marked as D1328. This was this is the laser target that we saw earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said like if you shot a real gun at this, it would break.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not meant for live fire.
That's correct.
And lastly, there was the Mantis X. That one I think is State Slide 171. Do you want to just pull that up? Oh, never mind, actually. It's not. I'm sorry. I can't recall. Did we show a photograph of the Mantis? Did you have that? What slide is that? Do you know?
I don't know if I see a picture of it.
Okay.
I don't know if I saw a picture of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure we did, Judge.
It's around 66 is around where I think what we're talking about. 68, 69. I could be wrong.
I don't think we have a picture. I don't think we have a picture. The device? Or downstairs?
Okay, the last item was the Mantis X, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we don't have a photograph at the moment. Can you just describe it for the jury, maybe to jog their memory if they saw
It's
it?
a small black rectangular device. It's really nondescript, just it's small and rectangular. It's like a cube, but not a rectangle shape.
Is it about the same size as the FLIR?
No, it's a lot smaller.
Smaller.
Oh, no, the FLIR? No, it's smaller.
So smaller, I'm just showing again, D1321, smaller than,
It's definitely wider, but smaller it's wider, it's deeper, and thinner.
okay. And is it also something, it's, to be clear, the Mantis that we're talking about,
Yes.
right? It's a dry fire training system.
That's correct.
And what that means, what dry fire means, is you don't use live rounds. You don't use it with bullets, right?
That's correct.
So you attach it to the firearm,
That's correct.
and it's just for to help assist with your firing form, so to speak.
It's a training aid, yeah.
It's not meant to be used with live ammunition,
I don't believe so, no.
and it's not like a scope or a laser sight or anything like that.
No, no.
And it wouldn't help you actually hit the target in real time because you don't use it with a real bullet.
That's correct.
Now, we saw a lot of photos of a lot of bullets.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think I need to show them again, but 170 is an example of one of the metal tins with all of the bullets.
Yes.
And then 1-97 is an example of like what each of those would contain inside.
Yes.
And then I think you said there was so there was a bunch of those, and on top of that we have loose rounds.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say loose rounds, you're talking about there were metal containers of basically unused bullets that did not have, they weren't in like a box.
That's correct.
And so I think you said in direct testimony, in you're guesstimating, you're approximating to be
I-
fair, but I think you said like thousands of bullets.
Yes.
Okay.
And again, just based off the math of that one can that I had here was 650 in that one alone. And then that's where I got that number from.
That's how
so
you
we're clear.
arrived at that
Yeah.
number, that estimate.
Yeah.
But it's a lot. We can agree it's a lot. And if we're talking, if we can focus on the basement for a minute. When you arrived on scene on the 20th, right, the day of the fire,
Mhm.
you went at some point into the basement that day.
Yes.
And you noticed that there was approximately 4 inches of water on the floor.
That's correct.
So when you went into the basement, you were getting wet.
Yeah, I had to put the boots on.
Put boots on, okay? Because
It's pretty common with house fires where all the water that's used to put out the fire collects in the basement.
okay, so when they're doing the fire suppression and they're throwing water with the hoses and things at the live fire, water ultimately can collect in that area.
Yes.
And that's what happened here. There was approximately 4 inches of water in the basement as a result of that.
Yes.
And when you returned the next day on the 21st, was there still water in the basement?
No, the fire department after the 20th, after we left, they pumped out the water in the basement,
Okay.
which they commonly would do.
And on the 21st, when you were in the basement, I think we saw something similar to this on directives D1-120. This is the unfinished portion of the basement,
Yes, ma'am.
and we can see how like a lot of things are melted and from the fire.
That's
There's
correct.
fire damage.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you mentioned that there's a bunch of these, what we see as kind of black crates with yellow lids.
That's correct.
And I think you mentioned that you repurposed some of them, right?
That's correct.
So you took some of those crates and you put evidentiary items in them and then brought them upstairs outside.
Yes.
D1-121 is another photograph of the unfinished basement area. And what we just saw was like this area here, which is more sort of the center of the photo, I think. And now we're stepped back a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on the left side, is that a workbench? Is that what you're referencing it as?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on the workbench, that was D121. I'm going to show D124. On the workbench, we see on the left side, like a monitor to a computer, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And right next to that, we see like a tablet computer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And those items were, I don't know if you can tell from these photographs that they were plugged in.
I don't recall if they were or they weren't. I would imagine they were.
Okay. This is D1-125. And this is just a close-up of the tablet. And obviously we see fire damage, right?
That's correct.
Now D1-123, we saw this on your direct testimony, and this was a photograph of one of the many black metal bugs that we've seen, right?
That's correct.
And the prosecutor asked you, what is that on top of? And you said the workbench area, correct?
That's correct.
But actually it's also on top of the keyboard.
Okay. It looks like a keyboard.
Okay. You agree?
Sure. Yes.
Did you seize the keyboard, or did you take it or no? Okay. So fast forwarding a little bit to the 23rd, because again, you were there on the 20th, came back on the 21st, started a search, but then stopped at some point, came back on the 23rd because you skipped over Thanksgiving. And I think just to go back for one moment, on the 21st, right, when you got there to search, you were going to search the vehicles and the home, right?
That's correct.
And you noted in your report that there was media outside, so you searched the house first.
That's correct.
By the time you were done, you came outside, the media was gone, and then you searched the cars.
That's correct.
Okay. And on the 23rd, when you came back, that's when can we agree you did like a more thorough search of the basement?
Yes.
And D1-85, again, I think we saw something similar to this on direct, but this is what we're talking about when we reference the pile of items, right?
Yes.
And the jeans that we saw, were in this pile.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there's a lot going on there, right?
Oh, yes.
When you said earlier they were protected,
Yes.
they're like somewhere in there. Is that what you mean?
What I mean by protected is at the start of the search, all of this was covered. I remember I was explaining how I started at the top and slowly moved away excess articles and then looking through. This is at some point through that process. So everything that was covering all of that had been removed. And then what couldn't be removed, I brought upstairs as a whole and then did the thawing and then further examination in the garage and then ultimately stopping.
Okay, you bring up the thawing.
Yes.
So tell me if I'm wrong. You collected this item and then you bring it upstairs and you put it in the driveway.
Not in that state. It's in the basement. I put it in a paper bag.
Okay.
And then I bring it upstairs and I lay the paper with it in a paper bag in the driveway in the sun.
Okay. And the reason you did that was to thaw it.
Yes, so I can thoroughly search it and try and separate as much of non-biological, potential biological items from it. So I didn't have to send it all as one big item, but that ultimately did not work. So,
Okay. So the thawing though, just so that the jury understands, the reason why you had to thaw it is because we talked earlier about the water from the firefighters.
Yes,
And the water got into the basement and it got all over things, right?
yes,
And then overnight it froze.
that's correct.
Okay, so these items were sort of like, they were tell me if I'm wrong, sort of simultaneously melted together, but also frozen together.
There were parts of it that were melted that I couldn't separate the plastic from the cloth material, whether it's blankets or dog bed. I thought initially it was a dog bed. Couldn't separate that. There were parts of that pile also that were frozen. So again, I couldn't separate all of that together. That's why I brought it all to the driveway to try and separate it some more. And then once I saw additional blood staining, what I thought was blood staining, that's when I decided to just stop it right there and then send it to the lab.
Okay, so just a yes or no on this question. So we do agree that some portions of it were melted together and some portions of it were frozen together.
That's correct.
And then you put it in the driveway in the sunlight so that it could
Yeah.
thaw or melt.
Just so we're clear, in the bag still, not out in the open.
Right,
Just so,
in the evidence bags.
in the evidence.
Paper evidence bags.
Paper evidence bag.
Were the evidence bags closed or open?
They were closed.
They were closed.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take any photographs of what's inside of that trash
No, ma'am.
can? Okay, do you recall what was in that trash can?
No, I do remember searching it. I don't recall what was in it.
Were there more gloves in that trash can?
I probably would have collected if I saw more gloves.
So we don't know.
I didn't collect any stuff.
I'm going to show what's D187. Is this what the pile looked like before? When you said, when I showed D185 and you said this was like in a stage of like uncovering it, was this what it looked like and it was when it was more covered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Or substantially similar to what it was looking like. For best reference would be a photograph of the basement the morning of the fire when I first got there. And in the background, I can't really tell in the background of this photograph, it would be like the fire hoses in the window.
Okay. And this is a zoomed in version of that, right? And this is D1-86.
It's hard to tell with that reflection, but it is generally speaking a more close-up photo of the pile of clothing and articles.
I'm just going to show a few more photographs of. So D1-84. This is part of that. Is this part of that pile?
Yes, ma'am.
And D1-88. Is this part of that pile?
I believe that was underneath that pile. So that was that second art pile of, so it was blankets, jeans, the gloves, all that nonsense. Then the yellow lid, then a black container that was searched, and then these were underneath that.
Just want to make a note. And D189 is the close-up of that, right?
Yes.
D190. This is a photograph I think we saw in direct where you had to label J for jeans, G for glove, and something else for the crate. The shirt.
Yes.
Or maybe this is a different photo then. This doesn't have the shirt, or it does have the shirt.
It has the gray Eddie Bauer
Okay.
short sleeve shirt.
All right. So these are the items together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
D191 is a photograph of the jeans,
Yes, ma'am.
and D192. we can start to see some staining in that photograph, right?
Some staining and some fire damage.
This is the 192, 1-92. And again, closer up, you can start to see staining, right? And lastly, D1-93, same thing.
That's fine.
And the jeans are touching the gloves, and the gloves are touching the crate, and maybe the shirts in there somewhere, we see some feathers, things of that nature.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have the jeans? And these are the jeans that we saw earlier, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the front of the jeans, right?
Yes, ma'am.
These markers, these white markers, who did that?
The New Jersey State Police.
Okay, what do they indicate?
Just areas that they examine.
Okay, and they leave that there so that law enforcement, when you receive it back, you know where it was tested, right?
It's really for them where they find their items that they tested.
But once they give it back, now you know where it was
Yes.
tested, right? Like they're not keeping it, they give it back.
No, yeah.
Okay, and this is how they give it back to you.
Yes.
Now,
Well, obviously, we look at this, but we're not in this condition, but
I mean, they give it back to you with the indicators, with the white marks on them.
yes.
What is it like a piece of, it's a tag?
It's a piece of paper, looks like, with like a garment tag that we would find it, like it holds a receipt for, not a receipt, a tag on it.
On a clothing item.
Yeah.
So these are little white tags throughout the jeans that show where they did testing or something.
Yes.
Okay, and then we have the back of the jeans, right?
Yeah.
And we can see pretty clearly what the back of the jeans look like, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I can leave those there for one moment.
Lieutenant, when we're talking about the jeans, we're talking about S232, correct?
I'd have to look, Judge, is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. I just want to make sure the record was clear because we didn't identify it.
S232, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, so this is S-231, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, does this appear to be a second pair of jeans?
I don't believe so. They could be a part of those. I don't know if they were, if it's a transfer, but I just,
Well, how about this? Can I have help for a second? Do you mind holding this? He's gonna hold this. And I'm gonna show you the back of these jeans, right? And do you see how the back of these jeans, we can see both pockets and this label here?
yes, ma'am.
And we see a piece of the label here,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And then if we look at these jeans, we also see the back of the jeans and the full label.
See how the border here
Mm-hmm.
is missing on these jeans? You have it all on here. It could be just a mirrored image of this on the back here.
So if you turn that
Could
around
be.
though,
I mean, I haven't done an exam on these, so I mean,
Right.
it looks like it to me.
well, so but we see this has a whole piece here.
Yeah.
And this piece is here. We have a full label, right?
They're on the outside, so some of it's missing, like right over here.
So you can see that
You can
it's,
see that it could be, it's generally the same shape if it's mirrored.
how about this? If you take a close look at these jeans, can you tell that there are two different colors?
One looks, this is blue, that looks blue, but like a rusted blue. I don't, it's
Okay.
not really,
I'm gonna put this down for one moment. So, can I have the front table? What I'm showing you, the 420. This is a photograph of the full genes that we have right next to you, that are next to you right now, correct?
That's correct.
These are the genes that were that we just saw, these photographs with the staining on them that were sent to the lab, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they were returned back with the white tags.
That's correct.
And now I'm going to show what's D1-166 and D1-167. Though that's the second item that's on the ground at the moment, right?
That's this one right here.
Okay. And can we see how, and I'm going to show you 167. This is the same thing, right?
Yes, ma'am. Check the item number.
That'd be great. Thank you.
It's S231C as in Charlie.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, can we see how, kind of like how you testified to on direct, that one gene is more of a rusted blue and the other gene is more of a bright blue? And it's hard to tell through the plastic, but you can tell in the photos, can't you?
There is a slight difference in the shade of blue, but yes. At least to me.
Now, these genes, the ones that you're holding, they don't have any white tags on them, or do they?
No.
Okay, so that's an indication that those genes weren't tested?
I believe so.
Thank you. Just a few more questions. You saw photographs of Mr. Caneiro, right? When he was at the Ocean Township Police Department,
Yes,
and you took some photographs of his body.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever test Mr. Caneiro for gunshot residue?
No, ma'am.
What about accelerants or trace accelerants?
This was significantly later than the time. This was like late evening by the time I had that opportunity to interact with Mr. Caneiro. So I don't know if he used the bathroom or anything like that.
But you never know,
You never
right?
know.
Doesn't hurt to try.
Judge,
I don't
just
think-
read that.
That's distinct. Doesn't hurt to try. I'm not sure that that's a question.
I can rephrase it.
Okay, go ahead.
Would you agree with me, sir, that there would be no downside to trying to ascertain whether there's gunshot residue or accelerants, trace accelerants on Mr. Caneiro?
At that particular time, I wouldn't necessarily say it was a downside. It's just something that because of the lack of time or the passage of time, that it just wouldn't have been probative.
You made a judgment call.
Yes, it did.
At the police station, at some point, I think, did you testify on direct, am I remembering correctly, that you collected Mr. Caneiro's cell phone?
I didn't testify to that at all.
Okay. Did you
I
collect
did.
his cell phone?
I believe it was turned over to me. Yes.
Okay. And then you gave it to Detective Nicolisi?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get the passcode to the phone?
No, I did not.
You didn't have the
I
passcode?
was more of a conduit to getting it to Detective Nicolisi.
Okay.
So I didn't.
You just gave him the phone, you didn't give him the passcode?
If there was any paper, I don't remember if there was any paperwork or anything written anywhere. But
Okay. You didn't personally ask Mr. Caneiro for a passcode?
Objection, Judge. Let me hear.
Yeah, you can.
So I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as S-130. Do you recognize this as one of your supplemental reports?
yes, ma'am.
And it's dated at the bottom, I think it's March 8th,
Yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
And so it's a few months after all of this happened.
Yes.
And if you want to just read that to yourself and then let me know when you're done, it's a short paragraph.
Yes. Good.
Does that refresh your recollection as to
Yes.
whether it was you or someone else who transported the?
It was me.
It was you. Okay, so you transported the DNA for the 4 people I just mentioned.
Yes.
You never transported or took possession of any DNA related to Paul Caneiro.
No, ma'am.
And you also, we talked before about how you used things like an alternative light source as well as Blue Star, right? Which are 2 mechanisms that law enforcement can employ to try to find evidence that, particularly maybe trace evidence or evidence that isn't totally visible or isn't visible at all to the naked eye.
Yes, ma'am.
And another thing that you did consistent with that was use a Fujifilm X-T1 infrared camera.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that basically a camera that has an alternative light source aspect to it?
Yes, ma'am.
So you can use this camera to take photos and you can see hidden details like blood stains and maybe gunshot residue patterns or things of that nature.
Yes.
And you wrote a report on you using that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your report, you indicate that you used it on the thermal shirt, the scarf, the sock, and the cord, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you also indicate that there was no additional evidence found based on that.
Yes.
There's nothing in your report where you used it on the jeans that we just saw?
Yeah, that's the reason why that wasn't is those items that are detailed in that were not actually examined by the lab. They were returned. These were. So I was looking for additional areas to maybe submit to the lab for retesting or any other sort of additional testing.
And those didn't have any of the tags on them, right?
No, they did not.
And you mentioned, so there was, we talked earlier how there was multiple searches of Mr. Caneiro's home, right?
Yes.
You did like a walkthrough on the 20th.
Yeah.
Then there was the search on the 21st
Yes.
of November. Then it was carried over to the 23rd.
Yes.
And then there was a later search on, I think it was the 28th or something.
That sounds about right. Yes.
And that search was more geared toward like electronics,
Yes, ma'am.
and a lot of electronics were seized from the house.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said on direct something about like there was a bunch of spare phones that were found.
Yes, those were found. Not on that. There could have been phones, but the ones I testified to were about the ones that I found in the basement on the 23rd or whatever date that was.
And of course, everything that's found is itemized, right?
Yes.
Everything that's found is documented with photographs. Everything that's taken is listed and itemized in evidence receipts.
Yes.
The prosecutor showed you some of those during your direct testimony. Okay, and at no point at any time was Jennifer Caneiro's phone found in Mr. Caneiro's house or vehicles or possession.
Not that I'm aware of. I don't examine any of the electronic evidence. In some cases, I'll collect it, but our computer crimes unit generally handles all of that sort of examination.
So to your knowledge, no.
Love it.
And I think the prosecutor asked you about this on direct. We heard a lot about the various firearms and guns that Mr. Caneiro owned,
Yes.
right? Those guns were lawfully owned.
To the best of my knowledge, they were.
That's all, thank you.
Redirect.
Yeah, you just.
Thank you.
Can we approach that one?
But so we will finish up with her testimony tomorrow. I mean, his testimony tomorrow. He got some redirect. You said she annoying. She said her client didn't do it. She here to prove it. Yeah, so we will finish that tomorrow. Guys, just so you're aware, we will because I don't know if we'll get through the rest of the testimony for that one, but yeah, it's just all about poking little small holes in this case, from what I can tell from everything that they're doing. It's just all about poking holes. This guy, you don't know whose pants were actually burnt. You don't know these things. No, they don't know. Just playing a guessing game at this point in time. I do have our all pair trial. I got to start an hour behind, guys. We won't start at 9. Let everybody else start at 7:30, 8 o'clock, whatever time they want to start. We gonna TiVo some of that stuff with that lawyer. Because if he have a day like he had today, I need to TiVo through some of that so I can at least look at him animated, running back and forth or something, or talking real fast so we can get through that. Yeah, poking them hoes. Gotta poke them hoes. You know how that go? Poking them hoes. Yeah, so we'll start an hour later. I'll let everybody else, if they gotta. I'm so glad we didn't start on time today with that trial. They was in there for 45 minutes this morning listening to nothing. Oh, like I would have been, I would have went crazy. Because, I mean, there is nothing in, the only testimony that I want to finish hearing is her testimony that we didn't get to finish to this, but we'll finish that up during one of the breaks tomorrow. But yeah, we gonna do a little TiVo time with that. At least an hour. They supposed to start at 8. Now, depending on y'all know because of the weather and stuff, I'm not sure when this storm is supposed to come in. So we'll see. Yeah, we've been in court a long time. Yeah, we done did enough. We've been doing that every day. Yeah, so tomorrow we'll start a little later. And we'll get there. We'll get there and we'll expedite ours. All right. Well, I want to thanks to the mods. Welcome to the mod crew, SD. Thank you to everybody who assisted tonight. Thank you for the memberships. Thank you for the subs. Thanks to all the new members. We got a lot of newbies today. And yeah, guys, I'm gonna take us out of here with our song tonight.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mods on patrol, shadow showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapists you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marilia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Paula brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach's trolling, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending. courtroom fog. In Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baka loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind of vast. Looking for missing kids, hope that truly lasts. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvio, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shadows, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. To Sweet Pea and the mods in the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.
Well, I got to take it off mute, huh? All right, guys. I will see you in the AM. Have a great evening. Thanks again.